Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson,
Excuse.
Doherty,
Excuse.
Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lindsted, Liston,
Excused.
Marchman, Michelson Janae, Mullica, Pelton B,
Excused.
Pelton R,
Excused.
Rich, Roberts,
Excused.
Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Zamora Wilson, Danielson, Mr. President,
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 30 present, 0 absent, 5 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Cutter, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning, members. Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
With liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of February 12, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Very good. But the ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Senate Services.
correctly printed Senate Bill 113, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 16, 34, and 74, so Senate Joint Resolution 11, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 19.
Committee reports.
Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 7 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 31 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 53 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 54 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 43 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Members, we have a change in sponsorship. Pursuant to Senate Rule 24A, on the occasion of Senator Michelson Janae's resignation, I am designating Senators Wallace and Amabile as substitute prime sponsors on Senate Bill 26008, and I am designated Senators Lindsted and Rich as substitute prime sponsors on Senate Bill 2631. We will be in a senatorial 5 to wait for the House members to join us for our memorial. Please take your seats. We're going to go ahead and begin the memorial. Please take your seats.
Sorry. Wasn't my call. I was like, what?
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for the consideration of memorials.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of memorials. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We will proceed out of order. Consideration of memorials. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Joint Memorial 001.
Senate Joint Memorial 001 by Senators Cutter and Marchman and Representative Wilford concerning memorializing Senator Faith Winter.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of Senate Joint Memorial 001 and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schaffler, please read Senate Joint Memorial 001 at length.
Whereas Faith Winter, our beloved colleague, passed away on November 26, 2025, and whereas a native fifth-generation Coloradan, Senator Winter attended Littleton High School and the University of Redlands, and whereas that she would end up in the state legislature working on transportation and climate issues surprised few who knew her as a young organizer. She interned with the Colorado Environmental Coalition and trained with the Green Corps, eventually serving as National Program Director for EnviroCitizen, a sustainability-focused initiative, and Program Director for Colorado Conservation Voters, which works to protect the state's climate and advance environmental justice. And whereas Senator Winter was elected to the Westminster City Council in 2007, often the youngest woman and mom at the City Council's dais, she would spend her entire career opening doors and pulling out chairs for women, ensuring that they had a seat at the same table. And whereas Senator Winter represented the people of Adams County in the Colorado House of Representatives from 2015 through 2019, and the people of Adams, Broomfield, and Weld counties in the Colorado Senate from 2019 until her death. And whereas a mentor and champion of women throughout convention halls and at community centers and kitchen counters, and with organizations like the White House Project, Emerge Colorado, and Vote Run Lead, Senator Winter encouraged women to take the microphone and then the ballot, training many future leaders to run for office. But her support didn't stop there. As a Progressive Governance Academy trainer, she shared her time and seemingly boundless energy to assist newly elected leaders across the country. And whereas named one of Governing Magazine's Public Officials of the Year in 2018 and one of 5280 Magazine's Disruptors Changing the Local Political Landscape in 2019, while Senator Winter was often recognized for her individual contributions, she always worked to shine the light on others. "We lift as we rise" was her mantra. And whereas one of her most important legacies, the Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Act, came to fruition in 2020, Senator Winter's advocacy and legislative work helped pave the way for the successful initiative. She spent years losing forward, as she called it. When she would introduce a bill, she knew that even though it might not pass, its defeat would give organizers more time to build the coalition and refine the policy. And whereas but more than 200 of Senator Winter's bills did pass, in 2021, she was a Senate prime sponsor of House Bill 21-1266, the Environmental Justice Act, which strengthened regulations on greenhouse gas emissions and centered communities disproportionately impacted by pollution. The next year, Senate bills she sponsored instituted free fares for clean air on public transportation throughout the state and created the Rural Healthcare Workforce Initiative to financially support students in the healthcare field so that they could practice in and better serve the people of rural Colorado. And whereas Senator Winter worked with her colleagues across the aisle to pass bipartisan bills on conservation easements, protection orders for crime victims, and affordable housing programs for victims of abuse, soil health, and ballot access for candidates with disabilities. And whereas during her 10 sessions under the dome, Senator Winter chaired the Transportation and Energy Committees in the Senate and the House, vice chaired the House Business Affairs and Labor Committee and the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, and served on many more, including Legislative Council, the Transportation Legislation Review Committee, and the Colorado Youth Advisory Council Committee. And whereas a longtime supporter of animal rights and former board member of Broomfield's Butterfly Pavilion, Senator Winter brought a special guest, the pavilion's Rosie the Tarantula, to the Senate floor several years in a row. Queso, one of her 4 beloved dogs, could often be seen roaming the second floor, sometimes in a tuxedo. And whereas, as caring as she was driven, a small stick of dynamite tattooed on Senator Winter's arm was a fitting metaphor for her spark, her potential, and the transformative power she wielded in order to make a lasting impact on and to improve the lives of every person in the state. And whereas she fought, often in flip-flops, for Coloradans to breathe cleaner air and to spend more time with their families, she cared about and ran bills to help coal workers, working moms, and eating disorder patients, to empower legislative aides and tenants, to protect transgender people, and to make sure high school students had access to menstrual products. She was bold and resilient, grounded and persistent. And whereas Colorado is a better place because of a little girl who was grateful for waterfalls and rainbows, and who grew up to dedicate her life to public service, helping to protect those precious resources as she championed renewable energy, electric vehicles, and public transportation. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, 1, that in losing Faith Winter, the people of the state of Colorado have lost a devoted public servant and invaluable friend and colleague who led, listened, legislated, and laughed with her whole heart. 2, that we extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to her family and friends. 3, that we pay tribute to a woman who believed that every Coloradan was worth fighting for, and we remember the caring warrior she was as we continue her work to create a greener, fairer, and kinder Colorado. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint memorial be sent to Senator Winter's children, Sienna and Tobin, and their father, Mark Snook, her partner, Matt Gray, and his children, Ellie and Theo, her father, Michael Winter, and her sister, Dawn Stevens.
Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senators Baisley and Amabile. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Senate Rule 31A for the purpose of allowing current or former members of the House to address the Senate from the well to consider this memorial.
This takes a 2/3 vote. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in recess to hear remarks from members of the House and former members of the Senate. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please have a seat. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the members of Faith's family that made it here today. Father Michael Winter, her sister, and please stand. You guys can stand in one. Sorry. Father Michael Winter, her sister Dawn Stevens, and her brother-in-law Stan. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It has been really difficult being at the Capitol every day without my friend. I miss her sitting back at the desk where Senator Snyder is sitting. No offense, you're a lovely man, but you're no Faith Winter. She'd flash a big smile and maybe offer me a bite or whatever, some of the food she baked or brought, and, show me the flowers that were on her desk. She was always bringing flowers, as we all know. After she was diagnosed with a heart condition, she remained her powerful self and just kept marching on. She was so inspiring to me. I remember being at an event, and she took out her meds. We're sitting at a table in this bar, and she took out her meds and started measuring and refilling things without batting an eye. Just part of the thing. She just was unabashedly herself and embraced every part of that. Even when she was dealing with this and other issues, she never let that stop her enjoyment of life or her unfailing support of her friends, her family, and her community. This is a difficult place sometimes, hard work that we do here, and Faith never wanted to let anyone down despite anything that she was going through personally. I really don't know how she juggled her bill load, her time with friends and family, and her community, her friends and her flowers, but she did it with a big smile and a loving heart. And she was always there for me if I needed some advice or encouragement. Legacy should not be defined by what you're doing on your worst day, but should be defined by all the good you do despite your own struggles. Looking at all the people who turned out today and who turned out for her memorial in December, I just hope Faith knows how very much she was loved and appreciated for all the good that she did for Colorado and for each of us individually. As I finish my last year in this chamber, and when I'm struggling with something, I'm going to ask myself, what would Faith Winter do?
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Faith was my matched mentor on paper. We got matched up while I was campaigning. But in these halls, she was so much more. She was, in every sense of the phrase, a real one. To watch Faith work this chamber was to watch a masterclass in strategy, and I brought a picture to remind us of it. This was May 6th of 2023, and if you can see, Faith is surrounded by the President of the Senate, the Majority Leader of the Senate, the Minority Leader, and the Assistant Minority Leader, and friends, she was going to get what she wanted, and I'm positive she did. But she would be counting votes. Her mind moved a mile a minute. She'd be counting votes for 3 different policies all over this chamber, navigating the friction with grace that should not have ever been possible. She did have that incredible capacity to truly lift as we rise. She did not just win, she brought me along, she brought other people along constantly. She gained support from those who could not have been more different from her. Not through pressure, but because they trusted her heart. On a personal level, Faith was pure joy. What I can only describe as thoughtful, whimsical magic. There were days when the pressure of this job felt suffocating. In those moments, a simple hug, a knowing look, or just a quick word from Faith would steady me. She taught me the how of this job, the coalition building and the gritty negotiating, but more importantly, she reminded me of the why. But my very favorite thing about Faith was not the huddles on the floor. It was the huddles we had as friends. We didn't talk policy, we talked about our kiddos. Tobin and Sienna were her entire world. And I was a friend who had kids who were a little bit older. And so she would come to me and she would actually lean on me for advice on parenting. We would whisper about dating and sleepovers, sassy little attitudes, and that impossible narrow ledge of being both a legislator and a mom. She fought for all of us to have more time with our families, often while she was sacrificing her own time to fight for this state. And she was a stick of dynamite tattooed on an arm, a small little package with enough spark to change the entire trajectory of Colorado. Faith. We will keep counting the votes. We will keep losing forward until we win. And we will do it all with a little more of your magic in our hearts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Cutter and Marchman. I'd like to now invite Representative Matt Gray, as well as Lieutenant Governor Dan Primavera and Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen to the well. We'll start off with Representative Matt Gray and go in that order.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all of you for being here on behalf of our amazing blended family that I'm just going to call her Faith, that Faith and I built together, including what we referred to as our children, Tobin, Sienna, Ellie, and Theo. We had a great joy in raising them together. Faith's father, Mike, and her Aunt Joan. Her mother and father-in-law, Larry and Shelley Gray, who are here, her sister, Dawn, and her husband, Stan. Mark, her ex-husband, and Shelley, his partner, and Queso and Olive, who are actually here, her dogs. They're actually in Senator Cutter's room, so afterwards, if you'd like to, stop by and pay your respects to Queso. He is here. I was told he wasn't welcome on the floor. I want to tell you about the Faith that I knew. I did not grow up in Colorado. I met her when she was a city council member in Westminster, and I was a county party chairman in Broomfield next to each other, and that's when we were the young people, and that was cool. And she ran for the House 2 years before I did, and she was one of the few people I knew that actually came down here to work, and so I went and had lunch with her, and I said, should I do this? Like, should I actually go into public service, and run for the House? And I remember, we talked about a lot of things, but I remember what she closed with was, do you feel hope for the future of the state, and do you want to be a part of it? And I was like, yeah. And then she said, well, then it's something that you should do. And so I did, and she was a great help as part of that process. And then throughout the process of serving with her, both when she was in the House and when she was in the Senate, and I worked with her a lot in the House, I learned a lot from her about how this place works and about life, and I'd just like to share a few of those things with you. One of the things about Faith is that she was extraordinarily brave. You'll hear a lot about her accomplishments and about how many of them started out as things that weren't very likely to occur. But she said she would do it anyway. And the first one that happened with me, right after I'd finished my first year, I was sitting in my office in my other job, and I pulled up a news article where Faith had come forward and said she was sexually harassed in this building. And I was sort of shocked and took a look at it and didn't know much about this at all. And there were a lot of folks when she did that that said, you can't do that. That's not what we do here. Those things happen, but you don't come forward. There's too many people and too much power for you to do that. You can't. And she said, yeah, I can. And she did. And then as I learned a little bit more about the situation, came up with the idea that the person who did that shouldn't be working here anymore. And I said, you know what, we should not have that person working in here, or we should remove that person. And people came to me and they said, you can't do that. That hasn't happened in 100 years. You can't do that. But I learned from Faith, and I learned from Faith, I said, yeah, we can. And it took a lot of time, and it took a lot of hard work by a lot of people, including some people who are in this room right now and many who weren't. But eventually, people from both parties came together and said, you know what, that's right. But it takes a lot of bravery to be the first person to step forward and say, no, this isn't right. This should be different, and I don't care if I have to stand alone to start with, because I'm going to talk to you, I'm going to look you in the eye, I'm going to give you the arguments that you need to hear, and eventually we're going to do the right thing here. The next big project we worked on together, when we were both in the House, when Faith was still in the House, she came to me. She had been at an event where I was speaking, and I talked about how I liked paid family leave, and I thought that we should have it here. And so she came to me before the 2018 session, and she said, I heard you like paid family leave. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's good policy. We should have that. And she's like, well, I'm running the bill for that, and I'd like you to sponsor it with me. And I said, okay. She's like, just a couple things. It's going to be really hard. A lot of people aren't going to like it, and we're going to lose. Like, okay. But at the time, the bill was going to be able to pass the House. It wasn't going to be able to pass the Senate. But she said, you know what, I'm running for the Senate. And if I win, there's a good chance that we'll have a chance over there. And I need somebody that I know knows this policy and cares about it enough to see it through in the House once I'm in the Senate. And I said, okay, let's go lose. And boy, did we. But the rest of it worked out. She became a senator. And then we came up to go try to pass paid family leave. And we're like, all right, now's the time. We've got the Senate where we need it to be. We'll go pass paid family leave in 2019. Well, 2019 came, and it was still very, very hard. In fact, it was even harder because there was a realistic chance, and many people who are in this room right now will understand that it went from being paid family leave to being a study of paid family leave. But we passed that. So we lost again in 2019. And then we came back in 2020, and we're getting ready to run the bill, and now we have the study. The study said this is feasible, this is something we can do, this is a benefit that we can provide to Coloradans. And so we started in 2020, right before COVID, and we're going to pass the bill this time, like we have it. We're about to introduce the bill, and when we ran into one of the most major setbacks that I've ever had in legislation. And there was an article in the Denver Post. I actually was talking to the reporter who wrote the other day, where Faith was quoted in a paper saying, I have failed Coloradans. We thought that the policy was not going to be able to make it anymore. And again, this was right before COVID. She said, I failed Coloradans. And she was crying. And she was crying in front of the reporter. She was crying in front of several people who were in this room. And that lasted till about lunchtime. And then we started working on, okay, how are we going to solve it past then? And then COVID began, and we never stopped working. I've got very vivid memories of being out with my kids in the soccer field behind our house on conference call after conference call. But the legislative process became very hard. And so then she went out and found some of our friends who worked on ballot initiatives and said, maybe we can take this to the people. And we did. And without all of the work, without her vision, without the years of failing, that policy wouldn't be the policy in the state. We wouldn't have been the first state in the union to have that policy, and millions of Coloradans wouldn't be protected by it right now. She is one of one. There are lots of states, and I have friends who work at them. There are lots of states that are sort of stuck in the mud in this because they don't have a faith. And we were very fortunate that we did. She also knew how to organize and to get people to win-win and to get people in a situation where big things could happen. About that same time, I was the chair of the House Transportation Committee, and she was the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. And we got to talking. Again, I think this is, we had been talking already for several months, but then once COVID hit, then we really started to get to talking, like maybe we should take a look at transportation funding. And for those who don't know the history, transportation funding for decades had been a problem that couldn't be solved. There had been ballot initiatives, there had been bills, there had been people who threw their heart and soul into the problem and just couldn't find a solution. And she's like, I think we can. And I said, well, we might as well give it a shot. But what she saw right away, and what was the most important thing, was she realized that transportation is something that affects everyone. And what we needed to do was to talk to everyone. And I'm like, well, what do you mean by everyone? And she's like, everyone. Like anybody who wants to have a call, we're gonna have a call, and we're gonna hear what their highest hopes are and what their red lines are. And we did over 200 of these. And many of them were on Zoom, because this was also in 2020. We were on COVID calls with everyone from business groups to construction groups to environmental groups to social justice groups, and anybody, literally anybody who wanted a meeting was gonna have a meeting. And we came away from that with a vision and a plan that we thought just could work. And it was her idea from the very beginning to say, what we need to do, we're gonna ask, everybody realizes that this is a problem. We're gonna ask for a little bit more from everyone, and we're not going to leave anybody out. There's nobody's gonna be a loser in this. Everybody recognizes there's more we need to do, and everybody is going to, will help out, but also nobody's ox is gonna get gored and nobody's gonna get left behind. And she got people to believe it. She had earned enough of a reputation in this building and in this community that when she told people that, when she looked them in the eye and told them that over and over and over again. And when people would go talk to each other, they would learn that when we spoke to them, we were saying the exact same thing no matter who you were in what room. We were able to reach an agreement that, again, many people didn't love, but that a whole lot of people throughout the community could live with. And once we had enough momentum, then we were joined by Senate President Fenberg and Speaker Garnett, and the governor's office liked what we were doing, and it was, the largest bill that I ever passed through this building, and was incredibly complicated. But at the end of the day, we invested billions and billions, and continue to invest at the state billions of dollars in transportation funding, in the first major improvement that we've had in decades. But it came from her skills. It came from the idea that she can tell the difference between sometimes something is important enough that you need to stand alone, and sometimes something's important enough, but it affects everybody enough that you need to bring everybody along and not leave anyone behind. When she wasn't here, most of her career was in training and guiding other people, and she was fantastic at it. I would sometimes catch both when we were serving together and later in our personal relationship, I would catch her training me relatively often. She didn't like to call it that, but that's what was occurring. And she, for that reason, has been a mentor to literally thousands of people across the country, many in Colorado, but across the country. And her main motto in that whole process is that we lift as we rise. That the way you should act when you are a leader within the community is not to say, for me to win, you're going to lose, or to feel like the best way for me to succeed is to push others down, but instead to say, as you gain status, as you get more authority, which many of the people in this room have, your next job is to turn around and find the next person and bring them with you. And that'll be their job to bring the next person with them. And it not only was the right idea, it made her incredibly effective. It's why she traveled the country. It's why people wanted her in Maryland or in Michigan or in Florida to come and train the people there, because people walked out of those trainings and they said, that's somebody who not only gave me some good ideas, but I know that I can call down the road when I need more help, because she just looked me in the eye and said, I'm not just here to talk to you, I'm here to invest in you. She was an amazing partner. You know, the way that we found each other was very, very complicated. It was right after she was diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension, which, again, many of you saw the parts of, many of you didn't, but she had a permanent pump in her heart, and she had to wear the permanent port in her heart, and had to wear this pump around with her all the time. And she did it with grace, and she did it with courage, but it was incredibly hard. It was just an incredibly hard part of life. Not only did she have to deal with that, but she also had to go to the hospital a lot. You know, we were in the hospital so often that I stopped notifying everybody in the family every single time it happened. It was just sort of, yeah, we're there again. Like, that's where we are. Don't go by the house if you're looking for us, but the front door's unlocked. Go and get what you need because we're at the hospital again. But she did that with such grace. She took the diagnosis with such grace, and she kept coming back here, and she kept showing up for our family. And one of the things I would ask for everyone in this room, that people have authority, is to think about that when we think about people who have chronic healthcare conditions, not necessarily precipitous ones, not necessarily when somebody becomes sick and hopefully we're going to pull through. She was told right at the very beginning, there's no pulling through this. This is the rest of your life. And we're going to do everything we can to have it not be a shortened life. And that was very tough news for somebody of her age, but she did it with grace, and she taught me a lot there, including how to mix her medicine, including one day where we were stuck in one hospital where they didn't know what her medicine was. And so in front of the nurses, I had to mix her medicine for her, and they were asking questions about what to do. But that's just how complicated her condition was. She loved me and supported me no matter what. And there were times in my life where she would know that I was having a hard time, and she would just look me dead in the eye and say, I love you, but she would also say, I believe in you. And she would keep saying that until she knew that I heard it. And let me also just tell you the power of that phrase with people in your life, that I love you is a very important thing to say, but I believe in you has its own power, that I see you for who you are and what you want to be. And I believe that you're going to do that. I believe that you'll do that. And when it's somebody of her stature, I was like, well, she's a pretty smart lady. Maybe she's right. She was an amazing daughter to Mike, who's over in the corner. As soon as we became a relationship, he and I became, immediately one of the important things to know was that he was going to be a part of my life, and he still is to this day. And she told me his story, and she told me about the amazing things that he had done in her life so that I would understand him the way that she hoped that he would understand me, and I think that he does. The job that she cared about most was being a mother. There were plenty of times where she was incredibly sad and incredibly sorrowful, and I had to comfort her. And sometimes it had to do with this building, but most of the time it didn't. Most of the time, she would come here, she would work incredibly hard, and she would come home, and she'd be nervous that she wasn't doing enough for her kids. And it would lead her to cry because, sometimes the kids wouldn't be there, and she would just say, I'm not doing enough. And it didn't matter how many times I would tell her, because she would have walked away from this building in a heartbeat if that's what her children needed. And when we got together, again, she was the one who said, we don't have your kids and my kids, we have our kids. And that's how I've gotten to know Tobin and Sienna, and the way that, and be a part of their lives, and the way that she was part of Ellie and Theo's lives. And during a time where, again, there are divorces involved, she was the leader in helping realize that in our blended family, you were actually gaining people, you weren't losing people. And again, her ex-husband, Mark, deserves a ton of thanks for that. He's been amazing throughout this process. He's not here today, but our blended family has come together as this has happened. She was also an amazing and kind friend. You know, there was so many times, the night she died, I didn't know where she was, but that's because I often didn't know where she was. And when she would get home, she was almost always taking care of someone, and I just sort of lost track of all the people that she would be taking care of. Old friends, new friends, folks at the legislature, you name it. She would tell me, I went over and had coffee with somebody's name, and I had no idea who that was. I never met them. But she's like, I trained her 4 years ago, and she was in town, and she needed some help. And that was just amazing. And there was one time that I had an old friend, I was sitting at home, and she wasn't home. I had an old friend call and say, you know, I'm here in town, and I thought I had a place to stay, and turns out that I don't. And I didn't ask Faith. I just said, come on over. Come on over and we'll figure it out. Because I knew that I didn't have to ask. It was our house, but I didn't have to ask. I knew that she was going to be fine with it. And she was. And that turned out amazing for the both of us. Faith was somebody who, through all of the high points and all the low points in her life, never gave up. She never gave up. There was times she was humiliated. There were times where she thought that she had failed the people of the state. And she would cry for a little while, and then she would not give up, and she would stand up again. And she kept coming back here. She kept showing up for me. She kept showing up for her children and her family and the people of the state. She led with kindness. She led with hard work, and she lived with love. And it's an honor that I got to be a part of her life, and I thank you guys once again for taking the time to help remember her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Lieutenant Governor Primavera.
In case you didn't notice, I'm not quite as tall as Representative Gray. President Coleman, members of the Senate, and members of the House, and all who have gathered here today, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice in honoring Senator Faith Winter. This chamber and the House chamber is where we saw her work for a brighter future for all Coloradoans. So it's a fitting place to pause and remember her life, her legacy, and the deep sense of purpose she brought to public service. My friend Faith was a force. She showed up every day with a clear sense of purpose and a genuine belief in the good that government can do, especially for the most vulnerable in our communities. She wanted to ease the burdens families carry. She believed in the dignity of every life, and she fought day after day for those convictions. If you want a clear picture of her values, look at what she worked on and accomplished here, even when it was hard, as we heard from Representative Gray. Faith helped build Colorado's path toward paid family leave and medical leave so families could be present for a new baby, a medical crisis, or a loved one who needed care. She stood up for patients facing the crushing cost of prescriptions so that the assistance people received to afford their medications actually counted toward what they owed. She advanced Colorado's ability to deliver care through telemedicine, strengthening access for rural communities and for anyone who cannot easily get to a doctor's office. And she worked to protect students from harassment and discrimination, pushing schools toward clearer expectations, better reporting, and real support for kids who needed help. That's only a fraction of what she accomplished during her years in the Capitol, as we heard from Representative Gray. So today, Colorado is better because Faith Winter served. I also want to speak honestly and with compassion. Faith struggled with addiction, and her death was a tragedy that carries profound grief as we struggle to even understand it. It helps us to realize that even the most compassionate and impactful people also struggle with their own internal battles. We can acknowledge that truth without reducing her life to it. People are more than their worst day. So I will always remember Faith as a whole person, brilliant, driven, funny, and compassionate. Faith and I became friends early on in public life. We used to joke about our names, Faith Winter and Diane Primavera, which in Italian means spring. As we knocked on doors together on the campaign trail and our overlapping districts, we talked about winter and spring knocking doors. I was running for the House, and she was running for City Council. The days were long, but Faith was always hopeful, always imagining what she could do if elected, and yes, always wearing, as we've heard, her trademark flip-flops. I don't know how she did it. I miss those days, and I miss my friend. To Faith's children and to everyone who loved her, I'm so sorry for your loss. I hope you know and will always know how many lives she impacted and how much her work mattered. I'll always be thankful for her work, her vision, her friendship, and the love she shared through her service. And I'll always be grateful that she chose to put her talent to work for the people of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, everybody. It's very good to see old friends and new to celebrate and honor Faith Winter. There isn't a room in this building that doesn't remind me of her. And I'm grateful that we are here together to share some of those memories. I'm already crying. There's a few people that come into our lives one day and change it forever. And for me, I'm lucky to have one of those people be Faith Winter. I first met Faith in 2009 when I was part of a fellowship program. I was assigned to a mentor. And I remember getting ready to meet her for lunch and being nervous that I was going to meet the Faith Winter. And as soon as we sat down, I was at ease because Faith showed up in the world exactly as she was: kind, supportive, and real. We talked about our backgrounds and what inspired us to do this work. And towards the end of the conversation, she paused and said something that changed my path forever. She said, "You should run for office." I immediately laughed and replied, "People like me don't run for office." It wasn't just about being a young woman and being underestimated. It was also about the shame that I felt coming from the family that I came from. And she said, "Well, isn't that the problem?" She always believed in me, no matter what. She was the first person to say those words to me and thousands of others, and many who are here with us today. She believed in the mantra, "We lift as we rise," and it is something that she lived by every day, from mentoring young women in leadership roles to encouraging and supporting people to run for office. She was there with us every step of the way. She transformed the representation that women have across the country by being the first person to plant that seed for so many, just like President Joan Fitzgerald did for her. Faith not only made us believe in what was possible for the world, most importantly, she made us believe in ourselves. Little did I know that my assigned mentor would later become one of my closest friends. I knew that Faith, no matter what she was going through, was always there for me, and I know that was felt by all of you. She would drop anything to listen, to help us solve a problem, to sit down and power map who we needed to talk to get our bill through, or just be there for someone to cry with, without judgment. There was nobody more loyal and dedicated to the people she loved and the causes that she fought for. I remember telling her when she told stories about running for re-election with Tobin at home as a toddler while she was pregnant with Sienna, having to sit through hearings with her feet up on the dais because she was on bed rest and there weren't any accommodations for her, an issue that she later went on to champion in the House by passing a pregnancy accommodation law for women here in Colorado. She never let wanting to be a mom stop her from also pursuing the career she wanted, working for the issues she cared so deeply about. And she absolutely resented the fact that men were always assumed to be able to do these jobs when they had kids, while women were judged for their career choices or questioned questioned about their ability to do the work. The most important title Faith held was being a mom to Tobin and Sienna, and she carried that with her in everything that she did. Being a mom drove her policies, the policies that she worked on, the way she showed up in the world to support others, and most importantly, the way she showed up for them. She made sure that her kids were part of everything. For all of you who were on the campaign trail or here at the Capitol, she was with us for our photo shoots, for our canvases, or the kids were with us for the photo shoots and canvases. They'd always come down to the Capitol. She made sure that they were a part of her world. And nothing made Faith more proud than the people her kids had become. She often talked about her courageous and fierce daughter, and her kind, compassionate son, and all the journeys they had growing up. I remember when we were running for the state senate together in 2018, and we were in the fight of our lives in the most competitive seats in the state to flip the state senate. We've come a long way since then. I called Faith one night after a very long and hard day, in awe that she was running for the seat while also managing to take care of her two kids. I asked how she was able to do this work while also having a family, while I was struggling just to take care of myself. And she responded by saying, "I don't know how I would do it without them." I thought I understood what she meant, but it really wasn't until I had my own kids that I truly understood what she meant. Our kids ground us. They give us the love we need to keep fighting, and they remind us every day why we do this work. She helped me realize I didn't have to choose between this job and being a mom, and I know she inspired countless other moms to believe the same. Faith loved Wonder Woman. She dressed up as a Wonder Woman for Halloween, had Wonder Woman decorations, and in so many ways embodied the superhero. She wanted to take on the most urgent challenges we face in our world and took on helping support countless people in her life. And because she was only one person, she trained others to help her take up the work that needed to be done to get things across the finish line. She was a fierce champion for working families and prioritized legislation that addressed the barriers women and people of color faced, including being paid fairly, bringing accountability for those who use their power in positions of power to sexually abuse people in the workplace. And she bravely came out publicly when our colleague was harassing her and other women at the Capitol. She stood up to that abuse in her personal capacity, as well as changing the laws that prevented accountability for others. Faith was not only relentless in her pursuit of a more and fair, just world, she was one of the most effective lawmakers in the history of Colorado. I wish Faith was here today to ask so many things, including what she's most proud of that she was able to get done. And the thing that always comes to mind is finally passing the Paid Family and Medical Leave Act. I saw her for years work on this, as you all did, trying to get it done in the legislature. When she was unable to, she took it to the ballot because she was fierce and relentless. And because of her, in just 18 months, 193,000 people received benefits, and over $1 billion have been paid out to support families who were struggling in very difficult times, who were supported because of Faith. And that was just one of the hundreds of things that Faith Winter was able to get done. And while paid family leave was a big priority for her, so was her work on addressing climate change. And when I saw the breaking news yesterday about Trump revoking the Environmental Protection Agency's declaration, my heart sank, thinking about the cascading impact this would have. And then I immediately thought about Faith. I thought about how devastated she would be for the rollback in all of the work that she's been a part of to address climate change. And then I remembered Faith's relentless optimism, and that she would remind all of us that this is just a moment in time and that we're going to get through this, and that you gotta have faith. Faith's work and accomplishments are a huge part of her story, but she was also so much more than this job. She had a love for life and adventure and taking her kids around the world. She made sure that the outdoors were a big part of their lives, from hiking every Sunday together to camping and sleeping in hammocks in the trees. Being outside was a huge priority for her, and it's also what grounded her. And when Faith found out about her heart condition after mourning about what this meant for her, what really made her sad was that she could never jump in the ocean again. She loved music, especially female artists, including Kesha. Some of my favorite memories with Faith are traveling around the country training people to run for office, because it was the time we got to spend together when we weren't in the noise and chaos of the legislature, the demands of our everyday lives. We shared lots of memories when we had an office together at the Capitol as we worked to change the world. It was it was filled with light and love, lots of orange and blue, and quotes from the Lorax. Faith also loved Galentine's Day, which is why we're celebrating her today. She loved to bring together the women in her life to honor them. We would host events and bring roses for everybody. And we did it before it became cool in Parks and Rec. When I visited Faith in the hospital after she had her bike accident, I will never forget walking around the corner and having Matt greet me in the hall with half of his head shaved. I didn't know why until I showed up to see Faith, and they had to shave half of her head because of the surgery that she went through. This is just one example of the countless ways that Matt showed up for her and showed his love. They loved each other deeply, and Matt, we want you to know that we're here for you. No matter the time of day or what you need, you are not alone. Matt and Faith worked hard to build a blended family, and Faith dearly loved his kids, Ellie and Theo. Managing 4 kids, many pets, and the parents to go along with them is not always easy, but Faith loved her family more than anything and was the glue that held everyone together. And of course, the home would not be complete without her dad, Mike, who was always there to support her, as well as her sister, Dawn. Our deepest condolences to Mike and Dawn. Nothing prepares you to lose your daughter or your sister. And our deepest condolences as well to Mark Snook, who built a life together with Faith for 22 years and raised 2 children. I also want to recognize some people who can't speak today but are here with us. Her closest friend, Hazel Gibson. Hazel, you were an amazing friend for her, and you continue to be as you support her loved ones and help plan every event to honor her memory. She was so lucky to have you in her life. And Erin Velarde, who is the founder and CEO of Vote Run Lead. She worked for decades alongside Faith. And they have so many memories together, personally and professionally. Becky Long, you have been such an incredible friend, and you have been in the trenches together for so many years. Thank you for continuing to be here to support her. While Faith seemed invisible at times, we also know that she struggled personally. I've thought a lot about how much she held on her shoulders for the people around her and also for the world. And she is a reminder that if we don't take care of ourselves, it can take a toll. Addiction is a devastating disease. Growing up with my mom, I didn't understand it. I thought that she didn't love me. I thought that she was choosing this over me. And I had no idea that it is truly a medical condition. And I feel heartbroken and angry thinking about what people like my mom and Faith go through with the stigma that surrounds addiction. It is not a moral failing, it is a medical condition. So I hope that her struggles do not define her in any way. And her struggles did not define her love for her kids. I know that she would have overcome this like every other impossible challenge that she has faced. And if she was not tragically taken away that day, Faith would have overcome this. She always quoted Maya Angelou in a quote that reminds me of how she showed up in the world for us and how she can inspire us to show up for others, is try to be a rainbow in someone else's cloud. Another quote that she often used in her testimony in committee and her trainings, and something that she held dear, was, "I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." And I know we will never forget how Faith made us feel and what she brought to our lives. She filled the world with color and love and inspiration. Grieving has a lot of different phases, and I have dreams about her often, and in one, I cried and I told her how much I missed her, and she quietly sat with me and held me, like I knew she would do if she was here. When I saw her Facebook post today for the event, my heart stopped. For 1 second, it felt like she was here. And then I was back to reality, remembering what happened. There are many days where I still grab my phone to text her something, only to remember that there isn't someone on the other end. And I'm so grateful that today that we are able to come together to support each other, to share these memories, to celebrate Faith Winter, who has brought so much love to the people in her lives in such a short time. And she reminds us that we need to do everything that we can in the time that we have here to make a difference. Because unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. We will remember Faith in every rainbow and waterfall, in every challenge we overcome, and we will see her in her most important legacy, her kids. Tobin and Sienna were her guiding light, and she loved them with every ounce of her being. The greatest loss she would have felt for not being here is not being here for them. I hope that they carry her love, wisdom, and the memories they shared with her every day, in every big moment in the years ahead. And all of us will be holding them in our hearts, cheering them on every step of the way, in every adventure they take on. Faith, thank you for all you have brought to my life, to our lives, and for all you have brought to this world. Your love, strength, warmth, and kindness will never be forgotten.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I really struggled to find the words to reflect what's in my heart. Condolences to the family, to Faith's partner, to her friends, and the rest of us in this room. Such a tragedy, such sorrow, pain, and suffering. But I overlay that with a bit of what a unique experience for me, where our life paths crossed in 2021. You know, had I not been here, I never would have probably known Faith Winter. But I talked about it a little bit in the opening day speech about this unique opportunity that Faith reached out to me. The very first bill I sponsored here was a bill about soil health. And I didn't know kind of the process and what I should be doing or looking forward to doing. And she approached me on the floor and said, "Hey, I'd like to join you in sponsoring this soil health bill." And I said, "You want to be a co-sponsor?" She said, "No, I want to be I want to be a prime sponsor on this bill with you." And it just opened that door and created a path for a unique friendship. Like, she and I regularly were not on the same side of policy conversations, but it created a framework for us to regularly stand down here together, she and I, and talk about and bring forward soil health bill or conservation easement conversations, or uniquely this session again we'll get to revamp the homeless tax credit that she and I sponsored, that again just created this space and this opportunity that is a lesson for all of us to learn about how to engage and be respectful and recognize we have certainly differences in how policy conversations unfold. But she left an impression on me and in my life, and for that I'm immensely grateful and thankful for that. In reading of the memorial, there was a reference that I wanted to highlight also with Rosie the tarantula, which again was an amazing opportunity from the Butterfly Pavilion. And again, my first session here, we sat in the back corner back there and I got to hold Rosie the tarantula, and people took pictures and put it on Facebook, and my wife reached out to say, "What are you doing?" And every year since then, there's been an opportunity for Faith to bring Rosie the tarantula here, and just again, a moment in time for me. She operated with such compassion and conviction and dedication. It really was remarkable. I'll never forget another first experience for me with Faith had to deal with conservation easements. And a really challenging position where Faith and I came together, and to watch her advocate for folks trying to get some recognition of how the conservation easement program had failed in its early beginnings, and then watch as she pushed back so hard against the administration. Like, there was not a space for us to move that bill forward, but I watched her sit with constituents of mine. She had the expertise to really advocate on their behalf, and I was so impressed with that. And again, just a unique relationship building with Faith that kind of culminated, I think, about my last conversations with her. We're on a TLRC field trip, and we're sitting on the bus talking about the differences and perspectives of urban life versus rural life. I live on a farm in the San Luis Valley, and she knows because the president regularly talks about the opportunity to come stay with me and my family on my farm. Again, my last conversations with Faith that will live with me forever was, she said, "I would like to come see your farm." I said, "The invitation is always there. I'd welcome you with open arms to come spend some time. Bring your family, bring your kids, and come spend some time in rural Colorado on my farm." And she said, "I'm going to take you up on that." Well, the invitation is still there, Faith. You're always welcome at my farm with my family. And with that, she'll, again, always have a spot in my heart. And folks, keep the faith. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Members, we will have current senators and then current House members speak. We'll also have former senators and then former House members speak. At the end of each of those groups, I will ask if there are any current senators, for example, that did not recognize they would like to speak before we move on to the next group. And I'll call the list of folks up to be in the well. We'll start off with Senator Weissman, Senator Lindstedt, President Pro Tem Michelson Janae, and Senator Kipp. And we'll go in that order. We'll begin with Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stayed up a bit last night trying to think of how I would capture and do justice to the Faith Winter that I knew, actually going back to when we very first started intersecting with each other in politics in the state, almost 20 years, sort of hard to believe. I thought that Courage and Catalyst captured the faith that I knew and that I later got the privilege to work with. But, you know, backing up, I was a younger version of myself, just starting to work in politics and issues and way in the state in the mid-aughts. And I kept hearing about this woman who was this avid environmentalist. And we didn't know each other well, 20 years ago, but we would intersect. And then I came to understand that she was running for office in Westminster, and I thought, wow, you start to become part of a peer group early in your life, whether you're in politics or business or anything else. And it matters to stay close to those people. I was having that conversation with somebody here earlier this morning. Of anybody that I had come to know at that point in my life, Faith was the first one I ever considered a peer who actually took the leap, who ran for office herself. And then a couple years later, she's taking another leap. She's already won a re-election, but now she's taking the next step to come into this place. And I thought, wow, that's pretty impressive. She won in what was not a good year for folks on my side of the aisle, doubtless through just a lot of hard work. And then 2 years later, I made that leap myself and started serving here in 2017. And that first term of mine, second of hers, and this has been alluded to by Rep. Gray, turned out to be this institution's own reckoning with Me Too. Not that things hadn't been happening around here before then. We knew that they had been. There were rumors, there were stories, but people had never really been able to come all the way forward and obtain justice about what was going on. And there were those pressures that Rep. Gray spoke to. This is where I want to say a little bit about courage. Courage is not being perfect. Courage is not never making mistakes in your own life. Courage is not some kind of certainty, founded or unfounded, that you're going to prevail. But it is believing deeply enough in the necessity and the importance of what you are undertaking to do that you will accept the risk, knowing that you might not obtain your goal, knowing that you might get hurt personally, and going ahead anyway because it's that important. That is courage, and in the cause of changing how this institution, where imbalance of power is baked into every level of the building, changing that was Faith's cause, and that's what she went at with fierce courage, starting in the fall of 2017. There's very few of us left still serving who were here and part of that. And there's a few folks who joined us today who are no longer formally members of the institution, but I know you all know very well what I'm speaking of because we all lived it together. There was a dark cloud over this place for months while that process went on. And it must have been the night of March 1, 2018, so I know it was the day before. I got an email from a woman who was at the time 24 saying, I went to school for earth sciences and I really wanted to make a go in that profession. And, then I started looking at grad work and I started running into, frankly, gender discrimination. And I felt those doors close in my face. And this was a gifted young woman who cared about climate science and had a degree from one of the elite colleges in this country. And then she found her way to politics and policy advocacy, and thus here. And she said, if you, all of us who had a vote on that question on H.R. 18-1005 at the time, she said, if you don't do this thing that you can do to clean this up, you're going to close another door in my face and in the face of a lot of people like me. And when we walked in here on March 2nd, 2018, at least I don't think that any of us serving in the House were sure that we had the 2/3 margin necessary to effectuate justice at that point. and Faith must have known that. But debate ensued for 7 hours or so, and we moved people, and we managed to do the right thing. And that was the most obvious part of cleaning up this place. But so many other things happened. Mr. Fitzsimons, that we know, was hired because of that time. We rewrote the rules. We changed processes. I think we've even changed statutes. And we made this place, I hope, and I believe, a little bit safer for people to just come in and be here, work here, advocate here, come in as a member of the public or a lobbyist or a staffer or anybody. And that afternoon, I got a voicemail from a woman I'd come to know around here, a survivor advocate. She was holding back tears as she left the message, just saying thank you. Thank you for doing what you did and signifying that you all, powerful people with consequential decisions lodged in you, that you get it, that you care. None of that was going to be automatic. I mean, that was the Me Too era. You know, things were happening in media and Hollywood and politics and all over. But even when we come to one of those pivot moments in history, there has to be a catalyst. And that's the second thing about Faith. It could have all gone differently. She could have not gone forward. She could have not put herself in the middle of that excruciating, uncertain process. But she did, and I deeply believe that she did so even more fully for many other survivors than she did for herself. You know, we sort of wonder what are the arcs and threads of history. I think it mattered that we were in that moment, but it mattered more that Faith found the courage to be the catalyst and force that overdue change to happen in this place. And then, you know, through that lens, all the major policy accomplishments that have been spoken of here, her work in transportation policy, her work in climate policy, her work in modernizing our decades-old, formerly pretty antiquated and barbaric laws about workplace non-discrimination. In all of those issues, too, she was the catalyst. None of those was easy. They all took years. You've heard about that. But she committed herself to those fights, and I got to be small parts of some of those with her on power and on climate, and I will always be grateful for that. It was always her work. So as we reflect on who we've lost, you know, how do you carry that forward? How do you honor the memory of somebody who's been a part of your life? In what we do here, particularly in this time, I hope we think about courage, which again is kind of a way of saying commitment. I hope we think about the necessity of catalyst in a moment, because things don't happen by themselves. And because Faith struggled too, as we all do, I hope we think a little bit too about giving each other and other people that we meet out there in the world a little bit of grace. Another speaker said, you know, she didn't want to be part of judging Faith by her worst day. I certainly don't either. I think if all 35 of us in here were to be measured against our worst day, I'm not sure there'd be one or two of 35 actually sitting in these privileged seats. So we've all had to overcome things. The Congresswoman talked about Faith's love for certain poetry. I thought of the short verse by Langston Hughes, I think it is. He wrote, "Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field covered with snow." Faith held fast to her dreams, and she encouraged all of us to hold fast to our own here and all over the country. And I think that's why she made the impact that she did on all of us and so many more, and why we all feel the power and the loss of what's going on in here today. So thank you, Faith, for being with us and giving so much of yourself to this place, even at great cost. I'm going to miss you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who's here today to share memories of Faith. Now, the funny thing about our communities up north is that while they've grown and changed a lot in recent years, they still feel like small towns. And I got to know Faith when I was a late teenager. I was just starting out in this work, knocking doors, starting out as an organizer. And, you know, I was a college student who didn't have a lot of confidence. And I met Faith, and Faith encouraged me to do this. She told me that, you know, it's good you're interested in this work. Get involved, make change in our communities, in our state. And over the years of doing this work, I got to know her pretty well, you know, whether it was knocking doors for her, for others in our communities, for us when we were on the ballot together, running for different offices. Down here, she had the amazing ability to always bail me out when I bit off more than I could chew, to make sure that we could pass a bill or lose a bill together, to pick me up when I thought it was hard, to give me sage advice. And I know I am just one of hundreds of people that had that relationship with Faith, and her ability to uplift other people into these roles to make change for the better in our communities, in our state. And you know, it's not just about the politics and the policy and the hard work we do in this building. It's also about friendship. I'm gonna miss having the Saturday night board gaming invitations with her incredible partner, where we would play board games Faith had never played, and she would learn the rules faster than everyone, learn the strategy faster than everyone, and win a fair amount of time. I'm gonna miss having a friend to lean on in this building, where maybe we just need a hug or just someone to talk to about the craziness that this job entails. I've frankly been dreading this day this year because it's an admission that she's not here, and we don't have her here when we need her this session. And I haven't come to terms with what that means for me. I know most of you haven't come to terms with what that means for you, but we all miss you, Faith. We love you, and it's such a loss for our state. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for being here. It's been really hard for our communities up north, losing Faith, and we miss her so very dearly.
Thank you, Senator. President Pro Tem Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone has talked about the amazing things that Faith has done. So I will just tell you a little bit about when I first met Faith. It was 2005, and I was somebody suggested I go to this White House project thing. And, you know, it was a nonpartisan training for women to run for office, to build a pipeline to the presidency. And it was such a great mission, such a great mission. And I went with zero political experience, zero. I had never knocked a door. I had never been a part of I was a Democrat, but I'd never been a part of the party. Like, I had no experience. And she trained me in that weekend, or I can't remember how long it was, to run for office. And the last thing that she said before we finished the session, the program, was don't wait to be asked to run for office. Stand up and run for office. Don't wait to be asked. And when my life took a turn, I got divorced, I quit my job, I traveled to all 50 states in 1 year, and I wrote a book. And I finished writing the book. I had just sent print, send it to the editor, or send it to the publisher, and it was done. And my husband was making crepes, and we were out of milk. He said, can you go run to the grocery store? So I run to the grocery store, and checking me out is Steve Douglas, who was a city council person, now mayor of Commerce City. And he said to me, Daphna, I need you to run for office. I said, Steve, I'm wearing my pajamas. He said, I don't care if you're wearing your pajamas. Faith Winter told me if I wanted more women to run for office, I had to ask them. And I went home and I said to my husband, oh, I waited to be asked. I waited to be asked. Faith really was there when I went to her the next day and said, I'm ready to run for office. And she helped me all the way through all of the things and all of the steps and all of the pieces and parts. She knocked doors with me in her flip-flops. She did the things that everybody is telling you about. I was a beneficiary of Faith Winter's love and her energy and what she put into this world. And I know many of us are. And I just want to say thank you, Faith. I miss you so much. You really brought a gravitas to this place that will be missed forever and will never, ever be forgotten.
Thank you, Senator. Before Senator Kipp speaks, I want to invite Senator Kolker to the well, and if there are any current senators who did not ask to speak but are moved to speak, please join us in the well, and we'll make sure you have your opportunity. Senator Kipp.
It's nice to see everybody here today. So the year that I joined the House was the year that Faith Winter moved to this chamber. So I served for 6 years in the House, and you know, we did some bills together. I didn't know Faith as well until I joined this chamber, and then I had the honor of sitting next to her on the floor and sharing an office with her for most of last year. I want to say Faith was a kind human being, and Faith fought for what she believed in. And I know all of us have our own struggles, right? None of us is perfect. We all have things that challenge us. But I just want to say that I believe that Faith would say to each and every one of us that her wish for us is that we can all rise above our own struggles, to fight for what we believe in, to do what is right, and to be kind to other people. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kolker.
I was going to put my leg up on the podium here because I got my Faith Winter socks on, my rainbow socks, okay? I think of Faith every time I put them on. I first met Faith in 2017 in North Carolina, of all places. I've lived here for 18 years at that time, and I decided I was thinking about running for office. So I flew to North Carolina for a training. And who was my trainer? Faith Winter. She was the first elected I ever met. You know, we sat and we talked. We talked about running for office, and we flew back on the plane together, back to Denver, and talked some more. And she said, you know, here's my number. Get a hold of me. Tell me what you decide you want to do. I didn't know what office I wanted to run for. I just felt like I needed to do something, and you know, wanted to investigate it. I didn't want to go in cold. I called her up in August. She met me for coffee in Denver, and I said, I want to do this, but I need someone to encourage me, I guess. I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. And she looked at me and she goes, what do you got to lose? Make a difference. Go out there and do something and make a difference. I left that meeting still in my calendar and look back at that. And I lost that race. I ran for it the next year. But I was trying to make a difference. And when I finally won and I got here to the Senate, and I was fortunate enough to serve with her and to see her smile. And I know we're all sad, but Faith, one time at lunch, one of our caucus lunches in my first or second year, I made some under my breath snarky comment, and I was sitting next to her, and she goes, God, you're funny, you know? And I just want us to laugh and think about what Faith did, because the last bill I ran with her, I didn't know this till after, but she called me her Ken, right? She called me her Ken for her Ken doll, because she had these Barbies. If you ever been up to her office, she had these political Barbies. She had campaign manager Barbie, right? And I was like her Ken to her Barbie. And I will always remember that, and I will always remember the faith she had in me. I mean, what an apropos name. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have known Faith a very long time, so maybe there's a few that have known her longer than I have, but I wanted to extend, obviously her friends and family from way back, but I first met Faith when we were in our 20s. I was at NARAL, Pro-Choice Colorado, and I think that's when we first started working on the White House project together. So anyway, I wanted to extend my condolences, my family too, all of you, in whatever capacity you knew her and loved her. I know this has been very painful and hard, and we've been thinking about you a lot, and I just, my heart goes out to you sincerely. And I'm not going to talk long because everyone has said wonderful things that I echo. I know that, ditto, 100%. And thank you for your kind comments and your memories and the wisdom that you're putting out to us, the lessons we should learn also. I wanted to say one short thing because, like I said, we were young, I was organizing, we were very passionate, hardworking. It was White House project. When Emerge came, I was the board chair, and we brought Faith on. These are the starting days up until we came into the State House together in 2015. And so when we were thinking about everything that she has done to encourage women to run for office and to shift the balance, I was in the hospital this week with my young son. He's 4. And we came home that day, and he looks at me and he says, Mama, can men be doctors too? And I thought about it, it is true from start to finish. The audiologist, the nurse, the check-in lady, the primary care physician, the doctor, everyone involved, they're all women. And I looked at him and I said, you know what, honey? Men can do anything women can do. And I was just thinking about that with everything today. I think she would have really appreciated that little comment from my 4-year-old boy who is going to grow up in a different world because of Faith. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to come up today because I think I had a different experience with Faith, when I was in the House as a freshman or maybe even a little more experienced, she was one of the very few senators that taught me what it was like to be a senator engaged in House bills. She would come to the House and sit with us in Barney Ford and work through our bills together. And while that happened with other senators here, now, or our predecessors, she made me realize that, wow, we are not that separate, even though we barely see each other across the hallway. And I've been now really intentional about doing that as a senator. When I came to the Senate, she was so patient with me as she mentored me on RTD, more than I ever thought I needed to know about RTD. But now I do, and I'm grateful for that. She and Matt, when my daughter Sada was here, would make her feel like she was the only baby in the room. They would get on the floor with her and play and give her gifts. And I still have those things for her. She was one of the few people who came up to me and congratulated me when Rep. Zokai and I founded our own identity caucus for the Middle Eastern members. And she told me, "I'm so glad that you were able to break that barrier." The day after she passed, I posted something on social media, and while I've shared that with members, what I really want to do is share it with her family today. Faith was my name twin. Iman in English means faith. She wore a dress every day, and her smile and kindness radiated and was absolutely contagious. Her last text she sent to me was on November 14th, the day my mother passed. She wrote, "Her biggest impact was you." And while her legislative work single-handedly reshaped Colorado for women, families, and our environment, I want her children to know the pride she carried for you was immeasurable. Her legacy lives in the changes she created for our state, but her biggest impact was you. Faith, you will be missed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Members, we will now have current House members speak, and I will call in this order: Speaker McCluskey, Majority Leader Duran, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, and Representative Froelich. Madam Speaker. And Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a deep honor to serve with you.
I finally get the chance to say it. It is an honor to serve with you as well.
It is an honor to be here in the Senate today to join all of you in this emotional, compassionate, loving moment to share our respect for Senator Winter. I'm sure many of you have heard the statement, "To fully live is to love and laugh and learn and leave a legacy." And as I am sitting on the bench today and listening to the moving and powerful stories from so many of you, it is clear Faith was a woman who loved, who laughed, who led the learning, and ultimately left a legacy. I want to speak to the legacy she has left for us in the Colorado House of Representatives. Because of her leadership and advocacy, we now are a legislature of majority women. She broke through the barriers for so many of us to come forward and serve in roles that once upon a time were not held by women. I am so proud to follow a woman from the House who fought for the rights of pregnant women and mothers, who advocated for high school students to get apprenticeship opportunities, who worked so hard on the issues that working families face every day. I want to share with you that our Colorado House of Representatives, a place that Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen told me she loved most of all,
Senator Pedersen will be fine. Congressman Pedersen. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. But we know during her years there, not only did she carry impactful, powerful legislation, she fought against harassment and discrimination. And for that, we are proud to follow in her footsteps. My final tribute to Faith Winter. Those of you who live down here in Denver know that we have moved from fall to spring. In my part of the world, in the Rocky Mountains, there is no winter this year. We are left without that white blanket of snow that is so critical to the environment and the beauty and the natural resources of our state. And when I was running for office, for the very first time, there was this woman who had a hashtag, "Winter is coming." I thought that was about the Game of Thrones. Little did I know that winter was coming here, and today we are missing our winter. With love for you, Faith, thank you for all that you did for us.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm heartbroken by the loss of Faith. Faith was not only a fierce and thoughtful legislator, she was a friend whose kindness, laughter, and steady wisdom carried so many of us through difficult times. We did not have the opportunity to serve in the House together, but we were kindred spirits. Hold on just a moment. We were kindred spirits in the policies we ran and the fights we chose. We stood shoulder to shoulder on legislation that centered survivors and working families, including Senate Bill 292 to direct federal COVID funding to victim services, Senate Bill 100 to continue with Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board, Senate Bill 183 and House Bill 1107 to strengthen crime victim service funding, and House Bill 1210 to continue the work of Domestic Violence Management Board. We marked Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day through House Joint Resolution 1023, year after year, reaffirming that survivors deserve to be seen and to be believed. Most recently, we worked on Senate Bill 11 to address online facilitated misconduct and remote tracking, and House Bill 1122 to strengthen protection orders for victims of crime, and House Bill 1207 to support families and their pets in residential housing. The work she championed was reflective of who she was and what she believed, that every person deserves dignity, that working families matter, and that justice requires courage. Her commitment to equity and fairness was not performative. It was personal for her. Her legacy is written in the laws she shaped, the lives she lifted, and the friendships she nurtured. I will carry her light and her courage and her example with me every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Madam Majority Leader. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you all, and Mr. President, it is an honor to serve with you and to be here in your chamber.
You as well.
I think what I'll add, given what we've heard today, first I want to thank Faith for giving me an occasion to wear a hot pink suit and a bright orange shirt. I think everybody knows my whole spirit has been looking for this opportunity. Thank you. I also want to give a shout out to the Emerge crew. for all of the women in this room who may have gone through that program. Many of you may not know this, but I did an Emerge program, an intensive program, in 2017. And in that class was the now Senator Cutter, the now Representative Wilford was our coach. Big shout out to Hazel Gibson. And I want you all to understand, they put this sister in the woods to learn how to be an elected official. Don't yell at me, don't laugh at me, Mr. Teven, you know what I'm talking about. I want you to know that I love everyone with my whole heart, but when a bump goes in the night, you do not send the sister into the woods. And that's exactly what they did. Maybe that was to build character. I'm a representative now, who knew? Okay? But the next, sorry, it was a whole thing, you really had to be there. I was like, you do not send the sister into the woods. And I'm like, I'm trying to be an elected official here. And the next day is when I met Faith. And she was like, why are you traumatized? I said, well, last night there was an event, and this is all for all of us who were there. I see she's laughing. And so the first time I met Faith was actually at this camp, this Emerge camp. And I'm representing the Emerge crew on behalf of the women who were trained by Faith to be here. And I had a big challenge because I was testing my own limits with, can I tell my story? I was running for school board at the time. And part of our stump speech in our practice, I told the story of how I came here to want to even be a leader. My grandfather grew up in rural Mississippi. His father got in a fight with the white man, and the next day they were on a train going north to Chicago. And when I had the nerve to think I could flunk out of college, my deans and my family were like, did your grandfather get on that train for this foolishness? And I think that's how I told the story. I was doing all of this, and they're like, you're running for office. This is not Saturday Night Live, right? And so the biggest challenge for me, and the conversation we had then and with Faith, was about how do you speak to an audience that maybe doesn't want to understand race? How do you speak to an audience who doesn't understand the urgency of some of the things you're deliberating on because it's life or death for you? And we had to talk that out, but what we learned at the end of that day, and what I came to know with the privilege of even being able to serve with Faith, is that fearlessness is necessary. But what comes with that, and that confidence and that pursuit, is respect. And I think after I listened to everyone here thus far, up, down, left, right, Faith garnered a profound respect in this building. If you do not know who you are, if you can't find that unwavering set of values that you have, if you can't find that connection to others and what you're trying to accomplish, this building will eat you up alive. And what she reminded me was just that. When I first came here and I served on school board first. When I first came here, I went to that office. I saw the Barbies. I didn't know you were the Ken. I was like, and it was a president Barbie. It wasn't just a campaign manager. All right, brother, okay? You know what I mean? It was doing the most. But most importantly, it was also the crew in that room, the squad. And I didn't know much. The last time I had seen people, they sent me into a forest. I had feelings. Okay? But what I learned there too, and what Faith helped me understand, was to help me grow in this place, and she helped me shake my imposter syndrome. She helped me shake some of the insecurities that I had to even enter different conversations. Yes, I can be a teacher, lawyer, whatever, but I can do air quality. I can do transportation. I can do legislative audits. That was for you, Senator. But I knew I could do those things, but to traverse some of those things on your own in a place where you are constantly assessed It's very difficult if you do not have community to support you. And so what I want to leave this with on behalf of this memorial of Senator Winter, the first thing I thought of doing, and shout out to my colleague, Senator Wallace, for this bracelet, because the first thing we thought about doing was literally coining the phrase in this building, WWFD. And that is, what would faith do? What would faith do on the first floor? Sorry, right? What would faith do in here? What would faith do anywhere in this city, town, state? And maybe I need to wear a bracelet, because we got bracelets, family, we got bracelets for you. That maybe we just need to remind ourselves of not just what would faith do, but part of that is, what would you do? Who are you? It is okay to be inspired. It is okay to be inspiring. It is okay to say the things that some people don't want to say, because we don't have time. Our time in this building is limited. And it is okay to act with the urgency of now. And so I personally will be forever grateful. And I know that is a lasting legacy we will have for her in this building. And so I will wear my bracelet, What Would Faith Do? It will turn into WWJD, and not Jesus, Jennifer. And I hope that we can all think about that for themselves too. How can we find our inner greatness, shake ourselves of all those isms and things, and be unabashed, and not just as a legislator, but as a human being. So I'll end with thanking all of her friends, her circle, her crew. I want to support you because you have supported us. Hang in there. We are in this together. Thank you to Faith's family, to her children for sharing us. Thank you to Faith's partner for sharing her with us. And I will do my part to continue her legacy. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Froelich. And following Representative Froelich, we'll have Representatives Lindsay, Nguyen, and if there's other members before we ask for Senator Wilford, please join us in the well. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. After 2 decades of knowing each other, of sisterhood, it really remains unreal to me that Faith is no longer with us. I want to use a little time, just really to express my deep gratitude to Faith for the work that she did in this building and in community, and for the differences that she made. I certainly don't have a greater claim to missing Faith than Matt, Sienna, Tobin, her sister Dawn, her dad Michael, and her whole family. But at work every day, I feel it, this cold-hearted old wasp. Believe it or not, I'm feeling it. When I take a deep breath in our beautiful Colorado outdoors, I'll remember that's Faith who insisted that we fight for our air quality from every angle, for better transit, electrified transportation, for impacted communities, for environmental justice, holding polluters accountable, better disclosure, more transparency. Faith was our champion in those rooms, asking tough questions, making smart choices, and insisting, pushing, negotiating for cleaner air. And then Tobin sat on the RTD Accountability Committee. We came full circle. Faith was so proud of you, Tobin, and I was so proud of Faith listening to that Accountability Committee report. I know it sounds wonky and dorky, but it was yet another example of her tenacity. I do want to touch on her health challenges, not to dwell on them, but to acknowledge them, but also to say that this was yet another illustration of her strength, certainly in the way she experienced the terrible, terrible diagnosis and continued to show up to work, The number of times in our interim committee and in our joint committees and in our work that Faith zoomed in from the hospital, and I don't think people knew, or maybe they did, I don't know, but she sure didn't miss a beat. And that's incredible. Was she human? Was she flawed? Certainly. But I would give just about anything to saddle up with Faith again on her worst day. But it was her work for women and girls of Colorado, and actually across the nation, that I really think spoke to Faith's soul. And it's part of our work together that I'm going to miss the most. I'm a decade and a half, maybe give or take, older than Faith, but what she and her notable contemporaries, and I'm looking at Senator Danielson and Congresswoman Pedersen, Wilford, who taught me so many lessons, our city council person, to demand equality, mom equality in the legislature. I think about her motto, "On Sundays we hike." And at the root of all this is the understanding that when it comes to women and girls, it's always an uphill climb. And every night I'm screaming at Faith and I'm talking to her and I'm raging to her as we see on the national stage 1,000 women and 1 million documents, 2 million additional documents unreleased and no justice. And so when Faith took up sexual harassment in the workplace under this dome, it was no easy battle. And we see this over and over again in this chamber, whether it's a measure that would fund domestic violence or whether it was court reform or equal pay or paid family leave. Faith led the effort. Faith trained Melissa Hortman, who was a speaker in Minnesota who was tragically assassinated in her home with her husband and her dog. And so we don't have to look far to see that elected women in office are still a threat to many in power. There is still a danger in simply being a woman or a girl, and this is especially true for those who choose to serve. I'm just eternally grateful for the time I had with Faith and for the privilege. She would always say, it was for the privilege to work with her. She would always say, "It's going to be great." And it's almost always, she would say, "It's going to be great," after I had just unleashed a set of expletives, a complaint about our colleagues or the first floor or the lobby. And it was her attitude that was the key ingredient to our success. And I just want to close with a few words from Kesha. Faith listened to Kesha almost often in the mornings and every morning when she was going through the process of trying to hold our fellow member accountable for their behavior. And it's worth noting that the expulsion only came really because of his retaliation. There were proof of his retaliation, not because of his initial behavior. So we fight on. Kesha recorded this album and wrote these lyrics while in rehab and after an abusive and exploitative relationship. Because you brought the flames and you put me through hell, I had to learn how to fight for myself. Oops. I hope you're somewhere praying. I hope your soul is changing. I hope you find your peace, falling on your knees, praying. I'm proud of who I am, no more monsters, I can breathe again. And you said that I was done, well, you were wrong, and now the best is yet to come. Because I can make it on my own. I don't need you. I find a strength I've never known. I hope you're somewhere praying. I hope your soul is changing. I hope you find your peace, falling on your knees, praying.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you, sir. I never served with Faith, but she was my state representative and she was my senator. And she was a friend. One thing that I want to emphasize is that she inspired people of color, inspired young people to also run for office as well. And for me, this is hard. This is difficult. I feel like that we're missing a piece of us with her passing. And for me, I've known her for over 6 years because she inspired me to run for city council. And me being in this seat now just shows that her legacy lives on, and her work lives on. And for me, this is impactful because, you know, we all have moments where we struggle and we face adversity, but she showed resilience. She showed courage. And where there were moments when I face problems as well, and when I asked her for advice when I was on city council, she gave me just a little advice of just do your best. And that is something I'll always carry on, because that's what Faith Winter would have wanted, to do your best, to show compassion, to show humility, to show kindness. And that's what we're going to be missing. And so I remember her at her best moments. I remember her being able to be compassionate. I remember the fact that she would want us to do better and do good. So we miss you, Faith, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Goldstein.
Thank you, President. Thank you for giving me the privilege of speaking today.
You got it.
Faith was my city councilor, then my representative, then my senator. I was her party chair. We were friends. We all know what a force she was to be reckoned with, a champion for those of us still learning how to navigate political waters. She stood up for herself and brought others along with her, as we've heard today. And when she showed extraordinary bravery and came forward about a colleague who had harassed her and other women, she demanded her harasser be held accountable for their action. She brought the other woman along with her. Together they were an inspiration for so many others who had been treated similarly. And I hope I don't get fined for saying this, but she was a badass woman. In 2018, she ran for the most competitive Senate seat in the state, and she won, flipping this chamber from red to blue. And her t-shirt she wore on election night said, "Winter is coming." And I have a picture of us from that night. And in a true Game of Thrones fashion, she delivered. So a few years later, I was at the Capitol, and I was invited onto the Senate floor, and I sat over there behind her. She turned around and she saw me and started talking to me. And I kind of find this a little ironic, actually, because the sergeant at arms came over to me and chastised me for speaking to a senator without permission. And she didn't miss a beat. She turned around, she says, "I talked to her first," she said. And that was Faith, always protective and always lifting others up. She never forgot to encourage the people around her, me included, and so many can share so many stories about how Faith helped them on their leadership journey. I may have entered politics a little later in life and been a little older than some, but I will always remember how she lifted me as she rose. She burned hot and she burned bright, and she went out far too briefly. And for those of us who were her colleagues, her friends, her mentees, we will always remember the woman full of spunk and purpose, always that firecracker in flip-flops, who left her mark on us and will carry her influence with us still. So I love you, Faith. May you rest in power.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isn't it amazing in this room the amount of respect and love and gratitude for an incredible human that's being expressed in all the comments that have been made so far? It's just heartwarming. It's my honor and pleasure to speak with you today as a mentee, a colleague, and a friend of Senator Faith Winter. I met Faith in January of 2015 when I signed up reluctantly to an Emerge class to learn about the political process in running for office, of which I had no intention to do. I learned so much from her as the director of Emerge and from her close colleague and Emerge co-conspirator, Representative Jenny Wilford. I was focused on an immensely important recall effort in Jeffco that involved the schools. She helped me build confidence surrounding that effort, and she worked the room of students like no one I have ever seen, building them up, teaching skills and strategies to help all of us build better communities. The recall was a landslide success, thanks in part to Faith's foundational work with me as the Foothills lead for that effort, a sign of we lift as we rise. A year later, I was asked to run for office, and though I wasn't successful, the skills I built with Faith's and Jenny's guidance meant that I was the closest a Democrat had ever been to winning a very competitive seat. In fact, in 48 years, no Democrat had ever won. But I was the closest, and I moved the needle about 15 points. It was a sign of we lift as we rise. So again, in 2018, for Senate, I ran for Senate District 16. It also was a very competitive seat. I was underwater. I found strength in 4 other women who were running for the Senate. A media entity named us the Fab Five. And it included Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen, Senator Jesse Danielson, Senator Carrie Donovan, myself, and Faith Winter. I was the only one that didn't currently hold office, so a bit of an outlier. But Faith and the others included me like part of the team, and we all won our seats. One of the funny things that happened along the way, as the media was covering us and the election, was that it was stated that we were all in each other's weddings and what great friends we were. And I did consider them good friends. But the funny thing about it was that when I got married, most of them probably weren't even born yet. Nonetheless, as women, we captured the majority of the legislative seats in Colorado, a sign of we lift as we rise. Faith punched above her weight and her height. She loved her kids. She inspired thousands. And she changed the lives of millions across the state in the powerful policies she carried that so many of you have mentioned today. She is a force still in this room. There is plenty of faith to spread around, and we should all carry faith in our lives and in our pockets.
Thank you, Rep. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to serve with you, and I feel like maybe you should make that like a thing here in the Senate. You
all
can
are
borrow
making
it from
a-
the House.
You all
You're
are really
welcome.
enjoying this.
Yeah, we are.
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you very much. I'd be lying if I told you all that I was here on time. Obviously, I wasn't. I actually froze up walking out to my car because today's honestly a day that I've been dreading. And I've been dreading it not because I don't know that she's gone, but because today is confirmation of what I've been feeling over the last 20, 25 days. The moments of picking up my phone and starting to dial her phone number because damn it, her phone number was the easiest to remember and only one of a handful that I do remember. But it's also confirmation that I'm not going to run into her in the hallway, or she's not just going to be sitting in my office randomly, and I'm not going to see her in these halls anymore where we did so much together. And so I froze, and it took me a while to get here, but I am glad that I came. Hearing all of your stories, all of your experiences, all of the moments and the power that she shared with each and every one of you is honestly healing in a way that I didn't expect. I first met Faith in 2013. We were organizing an advisory board to launch Emerge Colorado. I was new to Colorado and I didn't know very much about her, but I knew that as I was making phone calls to invite people to come to this advisory board meeting, every single person asked, well, is Faith Winter coming? And I was like, yes, Faith Winter will be there. Got it, check. A few months after we had started to get to know each other, she invited me out and sat me down and asked me what I was passionate about. And as I do, I got up on a soapbox and I just listed all of the things out. And when I was done, she was like, cool, so are you going to run for office? And I was like, no, no. And I told her I didn't think I was cut out for it. I was 26 at the time. I thought I was too young. I didn't have enough experience. I did the thing that, all women do. We outline every obstacle that we have and use it as a reason that we shouldn't be in office. But actually all of those obstacles and reasons we shouldn't be in office are actually the reasons we should be in office. And I remember that she told me that my lived experience was everything that I needed and that she could teach me everything I needed to know to run. And the one thing that she couldn't teach me was passion. And she was convinced at that point that I had passion coming out of my ears, so I was going to be fine. And it was in that meeting that we had together that she offered to mentor me, and I said, okay. And I'm so glad that I did, because all of these years later, not only was Faith a mentor, but she eventually became my boss and became a colleague, but she was also one of my best friends. She was the person that I would call when I was thinking through how to handle a particular situation, when I needed to strategize, when I needed to figure out how to make something happen. I just called her, and she didn't always have the answer, but she was always down to be a thought partner in figuring it out. I called her a lot too for parenting advice because she had older kids when I started having kids, and I will never forget, she and I had made this decision that I was going to run for city council, and I remember calling her up just after my son was born, and I'm sobbing, and I'm like, I have to drop out of this race. I can't do this. I can't be a parent and run for office at the same time. This is crazy. How does anybody ever leave the house? And later that day, she showed up with a dozen breakfast burritos with the spiciest green chili, because if you knew Faith, you knew that she loved green chili. And we sat there for a few hours planning it out, figuring out how I could run, how I could be a new parent, and how I could serve the community that I loved. She also joked that, if men can take their kids to the grocery store and be called a good dad, that I can still run for office and be a good mom, and it would be great. It's funny to me now, obviously, we bonded over the deep belief of the power of women in elected office, but we also bonded over our mutual hate of blue jeans. We both hated blue jeans, and pants too. Sweatpants, great, but blue jeans, no go. And as we're talking about why we both hate blue jeans, she was like, I've just decided I'm only going to ever wear dresses. And I was like, okay, that's a solid decision, solid life decision. And I remember asking her, like, what made you decide you were just going to wear dresses for the rest of your life? And she told me that when she had been elected to Westminster City Council, she had worn a suit. She went in, she took a vote that she deeply regretted. She went home, she cried, and she decided that she would never, ever show up in a way that was inauthentic to her. And that meant never wearing a suit again. And so from that day, she wore dresses. And she never again compromised on her values, especially when it came to her votes. I remember she called me when she had decided that she was going to file a complaint against Steve Lebsock. And I knew that it was going to be hard for her. I knew that she was scared. You know, for a lot of reasons that survivors are scared after something happens. You're afraid that someone's not going to believe you. And even worse, what if they believe you but nothing happens, nothing changes? But she felt like she had to do it even though she was scared, because she was more afraid that if she didn't, that his bad behavior would remain unchecked. And she was afraid that someone else at work could get hurt. She deeply believed that she had to come forward and talk about what happened to her to force some change in this building around the way that we work together and the ways in which we work together that are not healthy. I didn't exactly know how to show up for her in that moment other than to listen and support her decision to move forward. So I bought her a dress. And she wore that dress the day that Steve Lebsock was expelled from the Capitol, and I remember being so proud of her. Because if you all knew one thing about Faith, you knew that if you told her no and told her that something wasn't going to happen, she put it at the top of her list as exactly what was going to happen. She was one of the most courageous people I have ever known in my entire life. In 2022, she started an Instagram handle, More Than a Dress, Faith Winter, to talk about her policy work and her dresses. And she was more than a dress. She was tenacious, she was fierce, she cared deeply. I'm not going to talk about all of her policy wins today. You all have heard those, they've been shared. I'm trying to tell you about the person who I cared about, who was my family. And I think in addition to some of these stories, I'll just share some of the things that she loved and some of the things she hated. She loved being outside. She loved swimming. She loved her kids fiercely. Tobin and Sienna were the absolute #1 priority for her. She loved Matt. She loved her family. Mike, I see you back there. Dawn, I see you. Stan, I see you. She loved you all so much. She loved you, Hazel. I don't know if you're still here. She loved every woman that stepped forward and decided to run for office, including so many of you here today. She hated purple Skittles. I don't know why. I will never be able to explain that one. No, they're not terrible, Lisa. We'll work on that. She loved Pozole. She loved cooking for people. She loved her little dogs. But most of all, she loved this job. She loved this job and this work so much because she deeply believed that she had the power to do something that so many other people never get a chance to do, and that's make a difference in a real way for the people of Colorado. We've talked a lot about how our worst moments should not be how we are remembered in the world, and I agree with that, very much so. I think that every single one of us carries something that we're ashamed of, something that we never want on the front of a newspaper. Faith is not and cannot be remembered for the worst moment of her life. She's the thousands of women that she trained. She is the courage that she showed up with when it mattered the most. She's the stubborn belief that she carried that even when the winds were howling, that we could change the world. And I know that that belief still lives here. Faith didn't teach us how to be perfect. She taught us how to be human. She taught us how to lead with authenticity, and it's something that I'll never forget. And I hope that you don't either.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, representatives. We will now hear from former senators, and we will go in this order. Senator Janet Buckner, Senator Rhonda Fields, Senator Dominic Moreno, and Senator Donovan. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's really an honor and pleasure to be back in this chamber again. And to Matt, Tobin, Sienna, Faith's sister, father, and other relatives, so good to see you here today. I'm just going to give you some reflections about Faith. Faith was really special to me. I served in the House of Representatives with Faith, and she immediately embraced me and made me feel so welcome. She knew it was a very difficult time for me as I filled my late husband's seat in 2015. She immediately offered to give me support in any way, and I accepted. I found her to be a great listener, smart, patient, very realistic, sometimes too realistic, and thoughtful. She made me feel seen and reminded me more than once that I was in the right place, doing the right thing at the right time. I needed that positivity. I was so impressed with how smart she was and how unassuming she was, and she shared lots of legislative wisdom with me. I recall her telling me that my mantra to serve the people in my district was noble. She said, "People first, and that's why we're here." We sponsored several bills together, and I distinctly remember going to her office to discuss a lot of bills. She shared a suite with State Representative at the time, Brittany Pedersen, and I was in that suite a lot, going over legislation, getting words of wisdom, and that's how I became like a family member to Brittany Pedersen, was through Faith. I remember going to that office, and I surprised her with a framed picture that said, "You have to have faith," because that was the truth. She loved it, cherished it, and always had a special place for that picture that I gave her. I also served with Senator Faith when I came over to the state Senate. And once again, she was my go-to for help with bills because I was amazed at her brilliance in crafting legislation and her stamina. We would go to her office that was filled with Barbie dolls, as you've heard, candy, positivity, her adorable dog, and it felt like Disneyland in there to me. So it was a place to go to get away. She was my Senate Majority Caucus Chair, and when I was elected to Senate Majority Caucus Chair, she once again shared her wisdom with me. Some fond memories that come to mind because she would place surprises on all of our desks here in the Senate. Confetti hearts, chocolate hearts, little vases with live plants in them, heart-shaped cards, notes with words of wisdom, personal handwritten notes, and more candy. She truly cared for all of us and was not judgmental, and she gave everyone the benefit of the doubt. She was a change maker. One of my fondest memories of Faith was when I came back to this chamber in February of 2025 for a beautiful tribute honoring my work in the Senate after I retired. Faith came to the well in a bright yellow dress, looking like sunshine, and reminisced about my time with her in the Senate. She turned to me as I was sitting over there, and she made a heart shape and said, "I love you." Well, I love you too, Faith, and you impacted my life in such a beautiful way. And Faith, you lived by your name. And here's that picture that was taken that day of her in that bright yellow dress, making that heart shape. And I have this framed in my office at my home because it means so much to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rhonda Fields.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's an honor to acknowledge you as the Senate President. It's good to be back behind this podium at the State Senate.
Great to have you back.
It feels like home being here. And my message is really to the family. I understand that Faith's children are not here, but I know that her dad, her sister may be here. I know Matt, her beloved partner, is here. And so my remarks are really tailored to them, but it's something that we can all take to heart. Because I don't think we can ever underestimate the power of family and friendship. Faith loved her family, and she loved her friends. And it was demonstrated in every single interaction that she had with others. She also loved her dog. He was often seen here at the Capitol. Her family gave her a tremendous amount of joy. She loved her community. She loved serving on the grounds at the state capitol. I served alongside Faith, and it was truly a gift. I sat next to her, where the good senator from Aurora is sitting, and where Senator Cutter, I know I'm not supposed to say your name, but she was the assistant majority leader at that time. And so I always saw what was going on her desk. And it was always very festive. She had trinkets, she had figurines, she had flowers, she had goodies, candy. It was like everything's going on her desk. But she also had a lot of Girl Scout cookies when it was in season. Despite everything that was going on her desk, she maintained control over her priority bills. She kept a stack of her priority bills, and they were in these fancy bill covers, folders. So they weren't like what we see, in your bill folders there. They were really kind of classic kind of folders. And inside there, she kept everything that she needed to work the floor as it related to making sure she could pass the bill. I would see her often walking across the aisle, making sure she counted every single vote that was going to be on the floor. She made sure that her bills were mature and they were ready for prime time. She wasn't swayed by opposition. Faith went after hard, difficult bills and legislation. She didn't just pass legislation that was given by a department. She would go big. And when you look at the scope and the body of her work, it is very, very impressive. And the way she was able to accomplish all that she did is because of stakeholder meetings. She made sure that she partnered and she engaged with people to make sure she did it right. And she knew how to pivot. And pivoting meant that she would make amendments and adjustment to the bill if it was critical and it made sense. And that's what I respected about her. She was a collaborator, and she had a parade of allies with her. She didn't do this work alone. She did it in partnership with so many people. Behind every bill debate, she saw the needs of people that were struggling. She saw moms and dads needing to have family leave. So one of the things that she did is she championed to strengthen the laws as it related to medical leaves, to drive protections for families and newborns and serious health conditions. I believe she had to bring that bill back twice. But she always had in mind those who were struggling. I remember a bill that she sponsored along with Senate co-sponsor in the Senate, Senator Buckner, when they were concerned about young girls who were missing school because they couldn't afford the feminine hygiene products that was available. So what did she do? She sponsored legislation to provide free products at many of our public schools across Colorado. That's the kind of work that she did. When we talk about transportation and we talk about our air, our water, and our land, she sponsored the Zero Fare for Better Air Act. You might remember that. That's provided summer bus travel and train service to reduce ozone population, protecting the quality of our air in Colorado. She did that. Faith looked for opportunities to address the pressing needs of small businesses, especially nonprofits, safety net clinics, and real families, and looked to tie solutions to issues that were confronting them. Her public service was never about celebrity. It wasn't about recognition. It was really about protecting the freedoms that make our government work. She was a true champion. For 8 years, she sat and served on the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, and I was the chair at that time. And I can tell you that I could always count on Faith presenting a very convincing argument when she was presenting her bills. There was no guesswork because she did all the work before coming in front of the committee. She was strong, but yet she was kind, and she also had a sense of humility, understanding the most vulnerable people in our society. She did her homework. She did her research. She listened. Truly, she listened. And she would make adjustments if necessary. Her passing reminds me of how fragile life is. We move quickly in the work that we do down here. Oftentimes, we speak in sound bites. We go from meeting to meeting, to committee, from bill to bill. And sometimes we forget how precious time truly is. Faith Life calls us to pause and remember that while our time here is temporary, our impact and our service can endure forever. Her legacy lives on in the policies she shaped, the communities she uplifted, and the relationships that she built within these walls. But most of all, in the lives of the people that loved her and her family, her memory would live on. To the Winter family, please know that Faith mattered deeply to this institution. She mattered to the state, and she mattered to those of us who had the honor of working beside her. We share your grief, and we stand with you. Dear Faith, your work here is complete, but your impact and your legacy lives on. Rest easy, my dear colleague. We will carry it forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had always assumed that the first time I would return to this chamber to speak on a memorial would be decades after I left, when all of our hair had turned gray, except if you're Steve Fenberg, I suppose.
President Fenberg will be fined for no reason.
I never expected to come so soon, and not to a friend that I grew up in Adams County politics with. I want to share a very brief story that illustrates the type of friend that Faith was. It's a story I've shared with very few people. One of my worst days was in this chamber during third reading on the state budget during the pandemic. And as our current JBC members can tell you, when you are in budget cut years, you have no choice other than to just turn off your emotions and do the work that you need to do to balance the state budget. And during the debate, our colleagues were rightly questioning the terrible decisions we were faced with in that budget. And I couldn't turn off my emotions anymore. And I just started crying. And that's when Faith came up to me and said, "Will you come to my office?" So I left and we went to her office, and she just held me as I cried. I was facing a real crisis of conscience at that point, because I wasn't doing what I came here to do. I wasn't making people's lives better. Arguably, in that budget, I was making people's lives worse. But Faith was there for me. Faith was the type of friend that could see that in my worst time, she needed to be there. So we sat and we cried, and we came back to the chamber, and we carried on with the business. Faith, we will continue to carry on, but it just feels wrong to carry on without you. Thank you so much for everything, my friend.
Thank you, Senator. We'll now hear from Senator Donovan, and to follow Senator Donovan, we will welcome Senator Foote and Senator Fenberg to the well. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Minority Leader. Senators, thank you for your service to the state. Representatives, thank you for the time you spent away from your family in service to the state. And this is Yuli. Okay. When I first met Senator Winter, it was just as a co-sponsor in the House. I don't have these remarkable stories of being trained with her
sitting on the airplane. She was just often just that other name on the bill in the other chamber. But she sent me wonderful bills, and I was in the minority, so oftentimes I was carrying these wonderful bills to their death. But she knew that I was in a competitive seat. She understood the politics. She knew how to help me, even though we didn't know each other. We didn't have a connection. She was just helping me from the other chamber. I think, Senator Fields, you and I carried family to its first death in state affairs. But she knew the work. She just understood it inherently. And then she called up that election season with this idea of Fab Five. Now, if you know me, you know I hate stuff like that. I am not the wear the same color girl. I wasn't on sports in high school. I'm fiercely independent. I want to do my own thing. And I certainly don't want to rely on 4 other women and try to do something with them in election season when, gosh darn it, I just want to be knocking doors in my district. But she convinced me. And suddenly she had cookies, and we had a logo, and we had a color scheme, and we had talking points, and we had a calendar, and we had fundraisers together, and here we were, and I was part of the Fab Five. It was like the coolest girl clique I'd ever been a part of by accident. And she just pulled me in. We tried to get on the Ellen DeGeneres show as the Fab Five and had this meeting of how we were going to present ourselves to the talent coach from the show to make sure that we could get on and tell what it meant to be a woman in office and the challenges that we face and how hard it is and how more women need to step up. We didn't make it onto the Ellen DeGeneres show, but that was a pretty fun night of brainstorming how we were going to do it. And the 5 of us were pretty sure that we were going to do it. Missed opportunity on their part, in my opinion. And then as we both got into leadership, we shared an office wall, which mostly meant that I was her go-to film crew for her More Than the Dress social posts. And she always did it in one take. It was so annoying. It was so annoying that I would have to do these little sound bites, and I would write them down, and I would rehearse them in my head, and I would write notes, and then I would have to do multiple takes, and Faith could just whip out these incredibly meaningful and short and charming things that were based on the color of the dress that she was wearing. It was a delight to watch, and it was always these funny little moments right before you rushed onto the floor so that you weren't late for roll call. And then the other thing we do these remembrances in this chamber, and I think that I recall having that same conversation with the good senator about, since we were some of the younger in the chamber, like, would we end up having to go through more memorials? And I certainly didn't think we'd be back here this soon either. But you just hope that people will remember you with clarity and with respect and for the work that you did in the building. Because it's often hard to capture in the newspaper article or the Facebook post or in the memorial you do with friends and family, because it's peculiar and it's hard work and it's unique and the challenges are singular and the experience is singular. And so I think some of the things I would want to add to her, as we try to create a picture of who Senator Winter was, who Representative Winter was, is I could always count her vote. And what a wonderful thing that was as whip. So for those of you, let your whip count your vote, and then you too will be remembered fondly at your memorial. But she always knew where she knew where she stood. She knew where she was going to be, and she knew what would move her and what wouldn't move her. And that didn't mean that she wouldn't move. And that voice of hers, right? We've all gotten used to it. But I remember the first time I heard her voice, and I was like, man, that is a unique voice in the world. Literally the sound of her voice. She has this you almost want to describe it as petite or diminutive or something, but then you meet her and you go, this is a fighter. Look at this girl in a dress with this diminutive voice. And she would kick anyone's butt who stood in her way of her goals. It was amazing. And I think that's why her and I ended up connecting so much when she got over the Senate, because we both were fighters. Even though she would have hated that language, because she told me, she hated the language of war and violence using around bills, but we shared that passion of that this building was meant for big things, and the work was supposed to change lives, period. That's why we were here. That's why the sacrifices were made. And she believed in representation. She believed that it was important who was in the room, fiercely. And she made space for people if they weren't there. That big table in the conference room, I don't know if it's still there, but you always knew when you walked in there and there was like 45 people, you're like, Faith's holding a stakeholder meeting on her bill. And there was people of every shape and size and color and background in there as she strived to make sure that representation was made, and that representation was in the words of her bills. And she believed in the building to do good, right? That I think that's something that I don't think even some of you in this room necessarily believe every day. But she held it so tightly that this building was a place you could walk in and do good, real good. She believed in democracy. She spent her whole life working on it. And what a special thing. And to be able to do that day after day and remind us to do it with her. She carried us with her. I want to thank her family. Thanks, Dad. Thank you for sharing her. Thank you for turning her into this remarkable lady we're celebrating today. I think she would have loved a little baby voice in the room. So friends, do good. This is the privilege of a lifetime. And sometimes that lifetime is cut way too short. So my friends, do good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Foote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for allowing myself and others to have the opportunity to stand before you to memorialize Faith Winter and make sure that she's recognized and given the respect that she's due for all the great work that she did for her community, her family, this chamber, and the state of Colorado in general. I can think of very few folks, actually, that made the impact that Senator Winter did on all those levels. Very few. She took advantage of the opportunities that she made for herself. And she did it very, very well. Very worthy of respect and the kind words that everyone has been saying, and I second all of those words. Much like the senator from Commerce City and the senator from Vail, I also am struck by how unfortunate and soon those of us recent formers are here for a memorial service. I knew when I was sitting in those chairs that someday I would come back and help honor somebody that had passed. But I did not think it would be this soon, and it's as much as I'd like to see you all, I wish it wasn't this occasion. I'll mention just a couple of moments that were unique to interactions that I had with Faith Winter. I think having sat through the remarks beforehand, this all sounds very typical. It's nothing new, but still worthy of mention. I first met Faith Winter when she was running for re-election for Westminster City Council. That was somewhere around 2010. I'm not sure the exact year. I had not started running for office at that point. I actually had not even really thought about it. So I'm not even sure, honestly, why I was at that event. It was in Denver. Somebody invited me, I went. And I met Faith and was just immediately struck by her attention, her inner compass, her quiet tenacity. I remember that very clearly at that time, even though, as I said, I don't even know what you would call somebody from Westminster City Council. Was it councilperson, councilwoman, councilor? Like, I didn't know any of that, but it certainly struck me and was memorable when I met Faith Winter there. And fast forwarding to when we first started serving in the House together, and she was elected in 2014, so her first session was 2015. It's been mentioned already, I think, by the senator from Vail about how you could count her vote very easily because she knew where she stood. And she made it clear, and you also knew where she stood. She wasn't nasty about it at all. It's just, that was the inner compass. You knew where she stood and she was going to stick with it. Of course, she was open to debate and open to logic and positions and wouldn't put anybody off, but you knew where she stood, and she and I we agreed on many issues, particularly the environmental protection issues. We were colleagues, we ran several bills together in that area, and I think we helped make a difference in that area. But they were not without opposition, to say the least. And I heard in the memorial, and a few other people have said it already today, she looked towards her efforts that sometimes were not successful as losing forward. And I certainly ran my fair share of bills that I think were losing forward. We had that in common. I remember one time just on the House floor actually trying to count votes. There was a bill that I had run, that I was running, that was controversial, of course, and folks were coming up and saying, oh, I have concerns, I've heard this, I've heard that, and I'm trying to count votes and just firm up votes. I go over to Faith Winter and I'm like, hey, I'm just here to count your vote. What are you thinking on this bill? And she just looked at me and she said, I got you. And that's all she had to say. I got you. And I knew she was with me on the bill. And so it became a little back and forth between us over the years. She, as has been noted, ran her fair share of bills that had controversy. And she would come up to me and count the vote. She was diligent that way. And I would just say, I got you. And we would go back and forth and say that several times over the years. She ran very impactful legislation. It's been mentioned, and I don't think I need to repeat it, but it's not hard to run the easy bills, I would say. It's not hard to take up a seat. It's not hard to get up to the well and say what you think about things. What it's hard is to do the work to pass really important bills that maybe rub some people the wrong way, but are important changes. And she did that all the time. That was her mission, and she did it very, very, very well. And her legacy has been mentioned, will live on for a long time in this state and beyond. The last thing I'll mention is I did actually have occasion before this, it was a couple of weeks ago, to go back and listen to the Senate tribute that, of course, everyone has when they leave. And I promise I don't do that like on a weekly basis to boost my self-esteem. But I did in this case just to listen because I remembered that Faith had spoken at that, and I wanted to remember what she said exactly at that. She said nice things, of course. But what struck me when I was listening to it was what came across 100% was her authenticity when she was speaking at this well, at this podium. What she said at the podium was exactly what she would have said in her office, exactly what she would have said out in the hall, exactly what she would have said anywhere else. She was who she was. She was authentic before being authentic was kind of a buzzword amongst those running for office or in office. That's who she was, and she remained that way throughout. And for that, among many other things, I'm very grateful to her and her family, and want to thank them and, of course, honor Faith Winter for the person, the mom, and the legislator she was. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The greatest president of all time.
Do you mind if I actually do this from up there?
You can't afford to get fined anymore, brother.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Donovan, it is really, really great to see you here with your baby. When I was the president and we would have memorials, I think sometimes some of us sit there like, all right, here's a day we're not going to get anything done. But it was actually strangely one of my favorite moments in the Senate is when we had memorials, especially for folks from the old days. And they would tell these stories that, it just took you back to, man, these walls have seen some things. I told myself regularly at all of those memorials, I was like, I will come to every single one of people that I served with. I made that pledge to myself. Like others have said, I didn't think it would be so soon for somebody so young. And it is truly sad that the first memorial is the amazing Faith Winter. I was thinking about all, when I think back at all those memorials that many of us have sat through, you listen to all these stories that they jab at each other and make fun of each other, and sometimes there's only a few left. And, they kind of still remember the stories and they point at each other. And I was like, what are those stories about faith? And many of them have been told today, and I'm going to keep this short. Obviously, I knew Faith for a very long time before we served, but I didn't know her in the way that many of you did. So I thought about the stories. I was like, every single day she was late when I was calling the roll, even though her name started with a W. You can't get here by the W's? It's like, okay. Or the story of when we were having a leadership meeting on a Friday in the majority leader's office, which was my office at the time. And like several times she brought queso, and in the middle of our meeting where we were having a serious conversation about something, we all look over and queso's peeing on my carpet. And the thing about when a dog pees on carpet, anytime another dog comes in, they pee at that exact same spot. So, Mr. Majority Leader, if you're ever noticing something odd, or if you've let a dog into your room, beware. And then there were, of course, many fun times with Faith. There were also some very difficult, challenging conversations, especially at least towards the end of my tenure. But when I would say that anytime there's a memorial, I promise to myself that I will come and speak about memories and the impact and the legacy of that individual. It's because I think, for me, I always was very cognizant of term limits when I was here. I knew, no matter what, this is temporary. We are all a moment in time of this institution. We are not permanent. We are not actually that important, because it's all too shall pass. And that, in some ways, I think I'll need to go to therapy for many years about that fear of impermanence. But I also think there's a lesson there, which is that life should happen after the legislature. This isn't everything. And I think many of us sometimes fall into that trap. And it's easy to do it. But when I think of Faith, I think of someone who really squeezed every moment and opportunity out of her time here. She didn't waste any time. She got so much done over her years in this building. She's probably one of those rare individuals that was the exact person coming in as she was leaving. This building didn't really change her a whole lot, for the better. When I think of her legacy and her impact, it's not just one bill or the other. We worked on several bills together. She helped me on my bills that she wasn't on, and vice versa. To me, it's the volume, right? I mean, she would talk at the end of session. I was on 98 bills this year. It's like, that's crazy. That is crazy. But towards the end of session, back then, it was either Chris Holbert or Paul Lundeen. They would always have a list of bills. And it was kind of like the bills, like, hey, we're watching the clock. We know there's only so many days left. And you guys want to get a lot done and be efficient, so we're going to create our list of bills that we are going to talk for a very long time on. And just out of transparency and respect, they would always have that list and keep it right here, and it was always, it would always be updated and ready for that conversation every morning. Most of the bills on that list were Faith's, every time, because she worked on so many bills and so many bills of consequence that were really important. Whether you agreed with the bill or not, it was significant and meaningful. And they were often on that list. And in caucus meetings or in the morning when we would come in, we would often, go to people that still had bills retaining on the calendar. We would say, "Are you ready for Senate bill whatever? Are you ready for House bill?" And, of course, sometimes people would be like, "No, I need a little more time." Faith she always needed more time. And in some ways, in the back of my head, I was like, okay, but that bill's like at the top of Lundin's list. Like, whenever it comes up, it's going to be messy, just like so we're, aware of what's going to come. And I always sort of felt like it's, sometimes I would have this feeling of, that bill's not going to pass, Faith. I don't know how to, let's talk about this. Let's get an exit strategy together. But almost every one of those bills ended up passing. And maybe it wasn't in the first year, or maybe it wasn't the exact version that she introduced, but she got almost everything she wanted done. Because Faith was someone that just never gave up. And I think that's true in her policy ambitions, her personal ambitions, and also in her life and with her struggles. She never gave up. The parts of this job, when I was up there especially, that I loved the most, that made me proud of this institution and that I was a part of it, was when there'd be a crazy bill from Faith Winter, as you guys refer to them as, and we would finally let it come up, be like, we gotta just have the fight. There's 5 days left in session or whatever. We're getting to the list, Paul. We're doing it. And it would be like, okay, this is gonna be really hard, probably a very long debate. And she probably doesn't have her votes, but we're going for it. And in the middle, maybe hour 3 or whatever of that debate, there would be a little bit of a huddle. There would be a recess. Maybe we would lay the bill over a little bit. And Faith and whoever it was at the time would just be working their butts off on amendment language. Very quick. Definitely didn't get it perfectly, and oftentimes we'd have to clean it up the next year. But that was when they got done, and they're like, actually, we figured it out. We found a way forward. It's that's the magic of this place, is when you can actually figure out a crazy Faith Winter bill and find a way forward for the people of Colorado. Doesn't mean they voted for the bill, but they found a way to just at least let it be what it was. To me, that was Faith. She never gave up, even if she didn't like calling herself a fighter. She was a fighter, but she did it with a lot of respect and humility. And that was the trick, oftentimes, to get to a yes, or to getting the bill across the finish line. The last thing I just would want to say is this work is really important. Of course, the bill you're working on today is really important, the most important one you've done yet. And all of that's true. But we also need to take care of ourselves. And I think sometimes Faith took care of so many other people that she wasn't her priority all the time. And I think probably the bigger lesson, because it's really easy to say take care of yourself, is take care of each other. When you see that somebody isn't taking care of themselves, or they need a little help, or they need a conversation, we all need to be better about making sure that happens, that we prioritize it. Faith was an amazing individual, an amazing leader. This state is far better because of her, and it's far worse that she's not in it anymore. And I'll miss Faith Winter. Thanks.
We'll go to former representatives attending. May I have Representative Dominique Jackson? and Representative Jonathan Singer, and Senator Hinrichsen in place of Representative Danae Escar.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. So I had planned to speak, but was compelled because I've been very struck by how much everybody has spoken about how faith has touched them and by how much love she exuded. She'd led with love. So I do not remember how Faith and I actually first met. But people were telling me to run for office, and I was like, you gotta be crazy. And somebody sent me to Faith. And I do remember the conversation. You know, I was honest with her, and I shared my very simple reality, my world, my traumas. And of course, she said to me, it is because of those very things. It's because of who you are and how you see the world that you should, in fact, run. So, of course, she was my Emerge leader. She introduced me to Aaron with Vote, Run, Lead. And she taught me to lift up other women who were just like me. So she taught me lots of lessons. And when I was elected, you know, it wasn't normal that first years, as we wanted to be called then, got offices in this building. But she insisted that I be granted one because she knew a lot about me. She wanted to make sure that I felt safe. So I got an office right next to hers. It had been formerly a big office, and it was split down the middle in two with one of those dividers, and, you know, had space on the top, and Congresswoman Pedersen was on the other side. And so, of course, we could hear everything each other said. And so again, she offered up lessons. And from listening in, and her listening to me, what did you just say? Why are you doing that? Again, I learned. We served on transportation and energy together in the House, and when she came to the Senate, we, of course, became partners in environmental crime. We ran so much climate legislation together, and the very last bill that I ran when I was a state rep was 1266, the environmental justice legislation that was mentioned when we first all gathered in this room. It was a pretty tough bill, you know, went back and forth, went into every single committee known to mankind in both chambers. Conference committee, Senate adjourned, came back over to the House. I needed that massive legal eagle brain, and so I asked my buddy, then Representative Weissman, now Senator Weissman, to join me on this bill. It was COVID. Everybody was like gone, voting remotely from like airports and all that kind of stuff. People were flipping their votes, all kinds of stuff. I kept counting votes. Anyway, it was just a blast. But the whole time, Senator Winter sat up in the balcony and cheered me on. Because again, she was always there to offer me her support. Bill passed. We went out for pizza that night. And then, later on, we went out for axe throwing, threw axes to get our frustrations out. And I have later learned from Senator Cutter that I wasn't her only axe throwing buddy. When she had her heart incident, I visited with her in the hospital. And she was having difficulty getting her pump. And she was having difficulty with insurance, I believe was the issue. And she fought and she fought and she fought to get what she needed for herself to take care of her health. And we talked a lot about those types of issues. Getting health care, getting what you need. What was your life going to be like? What was it going to be like to deal with a chronic condition? And in her faith way, with those bright eyes and that tilt of her head and that lilt in her voice and that smile, she's like, it's going to be okay. And it strengthened her resolve to fight harder for people who were now just like her. So when I came in here today, somebody asked me if I was going to say anything. And I said, no, I don't have any desire to. I couldn't get through it without sobbing because I woke up today sobbing simply because life is hard. I dearly miss my friend Faith. And there is just so much that is painful in this world. And I had said that I was having a really, really, really rough day. And then I was just feeling beat up and tired and lost. But after listening to all of you talk about this beautiful, incredible human being, and her love, and the way she touched all of you. And in remembering her belief in me, and in remembering her resolve to always get up and fight. She has gifted me once again with her light. So, I got up here to ask all of us to take the gift that she has given us, that she has placed here within us forever, in our hearts, and to lead with love, and to have faith in others and also in ourselves, especially the next time that we are in doubt, that we're scared, or that we're having a bad day. Thank you.
Representative Jonathan Singer.
Thank you, Madam President, and Godspeed on your next journey as well. Members, you know, I think about this, and I did a quick search here and tried to count all the bills that were passed into law by Senator Faith Winter. I think I saw over 240 bills passed into law, 42 on transportation alone. And if there was a bingo card, we've already checked the box on everything from family leave to eating disorders to addiction treatment and mental health to her dog Queso to senators saying, I'm going to keep this short. And so in that spirit, I'm going to do my best to also keep this short. But instead of talking about the big things, I wanted to talk about some of the little things as well. And what better place to recall your reckless 20s with Senator Winter than on the floor of the state Senate. Both of us were, shocker, political nerds. We met organizing. She was with Green Corps in 2003. I was with North Carolina Public Interest Research Group in 2003. And we got to know each other a little bit through that, but it was only just a couple of years ago that myself, her, and Senator Judah, among others, were part of the Colorado Institute for Leadership Training, known as the Summer Camp for Political Nerds. And as you know, you get these slumber party sort of attitudes as the night goes on. I was not left alone in the woods, Representative Bacon. But you start to hear things that are just out of exasperation and inspiration. And by this time, I was already a social caseworker working with homeless families on public assistance for Denver Department of Human Services. Not exactly inspiring work. I wouldn't call myself a cynic, but certainly a skeptic. And I heard from the back room, sitting on the couch with her friends, someone just exasperationally talking about how we're going to get money out of politics, how we're going to allow everyday people to be able to stand up for people. And I'm going, okay, we'll see, right? You know, I want to believe, but I'm not there yet. Fast forward just a couple of years, and 2007, I want to say she was running for her first city council race. And I go, all right, I'm going to go knock doors for this person. We're going to see what happens. I was not wearing flip-flops. And I'm knocking on doors and go, hey, you know, I'm Jonathan, and I'm volunteering for my friend Faith, and, you know, just wanted to talk to you for a second. And people were being like really polite, but not really talking to me very much. I'm like, oh, thanks for being there, but, you know, I've got, you know, something on the stove. I've got to go back to my kids. Finally, I knock on this door, and this kid answers the door. I go, hey, I'm Jonathan. I'm knocking on doors, volunteering for my friend Faith. And, you know, your mom or dad home? And they go, no. So I'm still walking down the street, and that same kid comes out about 3 doors later and goes, hey, sir. I go, yeah, well, my parents, they just came home. We have religion. Oh, okay, this is my first and only time I've been an evangelist ever in my life. I did not realize that my friend Faith meant something different to other people. So I changed my delivery. It was Faith Winter, who's running for city council at that point in time. But as I may have been the first Jewish evangelist in Westminster. And it's a funny story, but I do think about what she was evangelizing not just in the loud moments that got headlines, but in the quiet moments as well. So fast forward again, we served in the State House together. We ran bills together. 2020, COVID happens. What bills are on the chopping block? All of them. All of them. What else was happening in 2020 and just a little bit before that? We knew there was an opioid crisis. There was a crisis within addiction and recovery. And there were quiet moments throughout that entire time before we went into quarantine where we would be running between staffers and lobbyists, not to speak up for the rich and powerful, but to speak up for people that were about to face the worst part of their crisis, because addiction is not just a crisis in the moment, but it is a crisis that is only made worse by what? Loneliness. And we were all about to experience one of the loneliest times in our lives. We could have done anything else in those moments, but she was standing up with us, working through those quiet conversations, ensuring that people could get the services they need. That cynic that became a skeptic found hope with faith. Found hope that there are still possibilities and opportunities in the face of darkness. And I'll close on this. I teach now at Metro State, and I teach social workers. And just last winter, one of my students are given the opportunity to look up bills, present on one, even present amendments on them. They looked at the bill. They didn't look at the bill's sponsor. And after they had presented on their bill and said, you know what, this is such a great bill and we need to do more for rural Colorado here, and I think we could do more for men and women here, I reminded them that their Senate sponsor was Senator Winter, and that while she had just been killed, that the work would carry on because of them. The ideas would live. We talk about immortality in this cliche, right? The old cliche saying that people will live on as long as people continue to speak your name. Not only will Senator Winter's name be spoken for generations, but the work that she did will carry on. And that is an immortality that extends far beyond what any of us could hope for, and something that I will be constantly reminded of as we miss her. We will see her and live through her words, her experiences, speaking up for those who maybe couldn't or wouldn't have the same opportunities, whether that was addiction, sexual harassment. The list could go on. So, in my tradition, in my faith, we say, may her memory be a blessing. I'm going to say today, may her memory continue to be a blessing for generations.
Senator Heinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to read a message that was given to me by Majority Leader Danae Escar. And I think given who I'm speaking on behalf of, but also for myself and in recognition of you, I would like to say it is truly an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I'm so sorry that I could not be there with you all today. My heart breaks that I can't be there in person to celebrate my friend, my mentor, Faith Winter. I would have never served if I had never met Faith. I was a part of the first class of Emerge when Faith and Representative Wilford were at the helm. I was a part of Emerge to help learn how to train others in Southern Colorado how to run, never planning or expecting to be an elected official. Then Faith intervened, literally. When former Senate President Leroy Garcia decided to run for the Senate, his House seat became available. Faith called. She was shopping for shoes with Sienna. She asked me if I was running for his seat. I said, no way. Then she did something inspiring. She convinced me that if I ran while she was running, then when we won, we could change the state together and do good work together for the people. That made me pause and think of the possibilities if I were to serve. I ran, I won, and I served with faith. When I think of my story, it's not unique. When you listen to the stories shared in this room, you see the ripples of impact Faith had, not just with the powerful legislation she passed, but with the women who have served at the urging of Faith that have also passed meaningful legislation. With her behind us and next to us, we changed Colorado for the better. I have so much more to say, but we'll leave it with this. Thank you. Thank you, Faith, for the measurable impact you had on our country, Colorado, and yes, personally, on my life. You are missed.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam President. I renew my motion for the adoption of Senate Joint Memorial 001 and request a roll call vote.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Joint Memorial 001. Mr. Schaffler, please poll the members.
Senators Amabile. Amabile, aye. Senator Baisley, excused. Ball. Senator Ball, aye. Bridges. Senator Bridges, aye. Bright. Senator Bright, aye. Carson. Senator Carson, aye. Catlin. Senator Catlin, aye. Cutter. Senator Cutter, aye. Danielson. Senator Danielson, aye. Senator Doherty, excused. Exum. Senator Exum, aye. Frizzell. Senator Frizzell, aye. Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez, aye. Hendrickson. Senator Hendrickson, aye. Judah. Senator Judah, aye. Kipp. Senator Kipp, aye. Kirkmeyer. Senator Kirkmeyer, aye. Kolker. Senator Kolker, aye. Lindsted. Senator Lindsted, aye. Senator Liston, excused. Marchman. Senator Marchman, aye. Michelson Janae.
Aye.
Michelson Janae. Senator Michelson Janae, aye. Mullica. Senator Mullica, aye. Senator Pelton B, excused. Senator Pelton R, excused. Rich. Senator Rich, aye. Senator Roberts, excused. Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, aye. Simpson. Senator Simpson, aye. Snyder. Senator Snyder, aye. Sullivan. Senator Sullivan, aye. Wallace. Senator Wallace, aye. Weissman. Senator Weissman, aye. Zamora Wilson. Senator Zamora Wilson, aye. Buckner. Senator Buckner, aye. Donovan. Senator Donovan, aye. Foote. Senator Foote, aye. Kerr. Senator Kerr, aye. Moreno. Senator Moreno, aye. Pedersen. Senator Pedersen, aye. Finberg. President Finberg, aye. Coleman. President Coleman, aye.
With a vote of 29 aye, 0 no, 0 absent, 6 excused, Senate Joint Memorial 001 is adopted. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Madam President. I request the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. The Senate will now observe a moment of silence, and the chimes will be rung in memory of Senator Winter. We will stand in a brief recess to allow members to greet the family.
The Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the balance of the calendar lay over until Tuesday, February 17th, 2026.
The motion is lay over the balance in the calendar Tuesday, February 17, 2026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The balance of the calendar will lay over to Tuesday, February 17, 2026. Announcements, Mr. Majority Leader.
Members, we are closed Monday, February 16th for President's Day. Enjoy your three-day weekend. On that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn.
One more announcement.
Oh.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to announce that the State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee will not be hearing Senate Bill 56 on Tuesday. We'll hear it on a later date.
Very good. Further announcements.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday, February 17th, 2026.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, even though there was one no that really wants to be abused and stay here, and we will adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, February 17th, 2026.